Chapter 945. Little brat, your cultivation base has improved again. Late true crossing ancient god realm. Not bad, not bad. After getting the candle bow back, the monster was already in a good mood. Now that Ning Fan had walked out of the rain and his cultivation base had improved, it was naturally in a better mood. The higher Ning Fan's cultivation base was, the more confident he would be in killing Yin Mo. How could it not be happy? Master, save me. I will definitely listen to you in the future. Master, you don't know this, but there is something wrong with this eyeball monster's brain. Woo woo woo. My body and my heart have already. Woo woo woo. Candle Bao, who was in human form, was currently tied up by a golden rope. It was held in the mouth of a giant wolf puppet. As soon as it saw Ning Fan, it immediately started crying. What exactly happened between these two? Ning Fan's forehead was filled with more black lines. I don't want to ask. I don't want to ask at all. I feel that my view of life will be overturned if I ask. However, no matter what, this candle bow belonged to me. I can't let the monster bully it too much. Ning Fan frowned slightly. He would naturally protect his own belongings. Just as he was about to ask for the candle bow back, he heard the monster's words. Little brat, this innate bow spirit of yours is not bad. How about lending it to me for a while? The monster smiled wretchedly. I have a way to make it advance into an innate bow spirit, master, don't agree to it. Don't ever. Wait. What did you say? You can help me advance into an innate bow spirit? The candle bow instantly quieted down and stopped crying. You can help this bow spirit advance into the innate bow spirit? Ning Fan was also a little surprised. Innate treasure spirits were rare in the world. Does this monster really have a way to achieve this? Little brat, look at what this is. The monster smiled mysteriously and summoned a ray of gray light. After the gray light dispersed, a small green bottle appeared in front of it. The small bottle was extremely old and was covered in green copper. As it hovered in the air, it actually caused the sky to be filled with a strange phenomenon of green light. That small green bottle was vaguely an innate magic treasure. It had the power of an innate treasure. However, Ning Fan did not know its specific function. Speaking of which, this was already the third innate magic treasure. The monster's wealth is indeed rich. Ning Fan did not know about this small green bottle. Just as he was about to ask about the function of this treasure, the candle bow on the other side lost its composure before he could open his mouth. This is... Could it be? Candle bow seemed to recognize this treasure. His breathing immediately became heavy and he was extremely excited. That's right, this is it. I bet you didn't expect that this old man would have such an item in his hands, the eyeball monster said proudly. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. If I knew that Big Brother Eyeball had such a good item, I wouldn't have run away no matter what. It's still not too late to return to this old man's side, you little demon who says one thing but means another. The strange eyeball smiled wretchedly. Yes, little brother will definitely return to your side. Well, master, you don't have to save me, you go about your business. Big Brother Eyeball, shall we find a place to talk? Ning Fan. This candle bow, it was asking me for help earlier. Now that there are benefits, it wants to chase me away. As expected, he needed to be taught a lesson. Forget it, since it's willing to stay by the eyeball monster's side, I'll let it be. It would not be a bad thing if he could successfully evolve into an innate level bow spirit. Speaking of which, Ning Fan still had no idea what kind of magic treasure that small green bottle was. Eventually, the space of the 100-year-old bronze tower collapsed. Ning Fan followed the eyeball monster and entered another 100-year-old bronze tower. As soon as they entered the bronze tower, Candle Bao and the eyeball monster disappeared without a trace. No one knew what they went to do. Miao Yan's injuries had already healed. This time, she did not follow Ning Fan into the tower. Instead, she stayed outside the tower. To Ning Fan, obtaining 100 years of cultivation time was a great thing as it could allow his cultivation base to skyrocket. However, to Miao Yan, cultivating for 100 years was not very meaningful. Instead, it would cause the heavenly tribulations to descend 100 years earlier. It was really not worth it. That's right. Even if time stops in the time tower, the passage of time would still be recorded in the heavenly tribulations of the cultivators. Miao Yan was not ready for the heavenly tribulations yet. Naturally, she did not want to waste her time in the time tower to trigger the heavenly tribulations. Miao Yan floated in the air outside the tower forest, waiting for Ning Fan to return from his arduous cultivation. 100 years in the tower was just a moment outside the tower. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ning Fan followed the eyeball monster and candle bow out of the copper tower and entered the next one. Very quickly, another 100 years passed. Ning Fan walked out of the cave again. His ancient God realm cultivation base had completely broken through to the peak stage of the crossing truth realm. The cultivation of the yin-yang rain could be considered to have been completed. It turned into a bright star on Ning Fan's glabella. Next, it was time to absorb Zhan Yin-Yang's power. There were still 12 unsealed 10-year time pagodas and 5 100-year time pagodas. In addition, there were 606 sealed pagodas in the forest of pagodas that could not be entered. If I absorb the power of Zhan Yin-Yang, I wonder if my ancient god cultivation will break through to the abandoning void realm in one go. After leaving the savage desolate ancient region, it was almost time for him to accompany Ouyang Nguan to the extreme Dan sacred region. If his cultivation exceeded the peak of the crossing truth realm, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to enter the extreme Dan sacred region. But Jie Shui's cultivation seemed to have long surpassed the limits of the peak of the Duzhen realm, and was comparable to a first tribulation immortal venerable. How should I calculate that with his cultivation? It seemed like he had long been unable to enter the extreme Dan sacred region. Since things have come to this, I'll absorb Zhan Yin-Yang's power first. By then, I'll probably have to make a clone whose cultivation base is lower than abandoning void realm to accompany Nguan Air. I have no other choice. Ning Fan made up his mind. He followed the eyeball monster and candle bow into the next copper tower. 100 years passed. Another 100 years passed. This time, Ning Fan spent 500 years to completely absorb Zhan Yin-Yang's power. It actually took him 200 years more than Yu Yin-Yang. During these 500 years, Ning Fan experienced his first minor heavenly tribulation since he started cultivating. The minor heavenly tribulation that was extremely terrifying to ordinary cultivators of the Duzhen realm was directly crushed by Ning Fan with just a raise of his hand. The more times one went through a heavenly tribulation, the more terrifying it would be. It was just a minor heavenly tribulation and it was just his first heavenly tribulation. Naturally, it was not difficult for him to pass it. 500 years later, Ning Fan had used up all the 100-year bronze pagodas. There were only 12 10-year bronze pagodas left. After 500 years of arduous cultivation, Ning Fan had absorbed all the power of Zhan Yin-Yang. The total amount of his magic power was almost comparable to a mid-abandoning void realm cultivator. However, he still could not easily enter the abandoning void realm. Abandoning void realm. The word abandonment was the key to the cultivation of this realm. In this realm, the cultivation of magic power was no doubt important, but what was more important was to get rid of the shackles in one's heart. In order to break through to the next realm, one must trigger the heart tribulation and pass it. Heart tribulation could only be encountered but not sought. One could only wait without knowing when it would come. Ning Fan still remembered the scene when Yao Qingyun triggered her heart tribulation in the past. Before Ning Fan appeared, Yao Qingyun was stuck at the bottleneck of the early abandoning void realm for 200,000 years. Later on, because of Ning Fan's appearance, Yao Qingyun triggered her heart tribulation. In the end, she broke through it and touched the bottleneck of the mid-abandoning void realm. After all these years, she should have already broken through to the mid-abandoning void realm. Recalling the past, Ning Fan could not help but smile. However, soon after, he felt a headache. Whether the heart tribulation of the sharing void realm could descend completely depended on luck. Could it be that he had to be like Yao Qingyun and be stuck at the bottleneck of the heart tribulation for 200,000 years before breaking through to the early abandoning void realm? He did not have that much time to waste. Speaking of which, the arrival of the heart tribulation was all about luck, and luck was usually related to luck. I wonder if increasing my luck can speed up the arrival of the heart tribulation. Ning Fan's face showed a thoughtful expression. The grade of his immortal luck was the 4th color. This grade was definitely not weak among the immortal venerables of the ancient times. However, compared to those immortal kings and immortal emperors, it was not considered outstanding. If there's a chance, it's time to increase my luck. In the next 120 years, Ning Fan used up the remaining 12 10-year-old sealed towers and only did 2 things. Firstly, he refined the fragments of old ancestor Poisonous Dragon's Dragon Ball. Secondly, he unsealed the 30 million traces of seals in the Origin Chi. The Origin Chi was a supreme treasure. If one refines and absorbs it, one's cultivation base could be greatly improved. However, even an ordinary immortal emperor would find it difficult to refine it. The current Ning Fan was even more incapable of doing so. To Ning Fan, the current use of the Origin Chi was only as a trump card. Once it explodes, even an immortal emperor would be severely injured. After unsealing the Origin Chi, Ning Fan could use it to attack his enemies without needing to ignite his blood. Without a doubt, his ability to protect himself would increase significantly. As for the act of refining the fragments of the Dragon Ball, Ning Fan's ancient demon cultivation base broke through continuously from the early mortal profound realm to the peak mortal profound realm. The Dragon Ball of the ancient immortal venerables was really a good item. It was comparable to a Dao fruit. The 620 years of bitter cultivation did not only change Ning Fan's cultivation base but also the strange relationship between the eyeball and Candlebow, Big Brother Eyeball. After spending 620 years together, I finally know that you are a good person. In order to avenge my elder brother's humiliation, I actually endured humiliation until now and lived a lonely life. Big Brother's righteousness is beyond my reach. Candlebow said to the eyeball with tears in his eyes as if he was deeply touched. Little brother Zhu, I have misunderstood you. At first, I thought that you weren't good enough. That's why I tortured you for fun. However, I didn't expect that you actually followed the ancestral dragon Zhu Li in the past and fought everywhere. You once fought to protect the Z-Do immortal domain and died with only the body of an artifact spirit left. You are simply the role model of the Z-Do immortal domain. I promise that from today onwards, I will never bully you again. If I break this oath, I will punish me by not being able to see a beauty for the rest of my life. Big brother, you and I are kindred spirits. Why don't we become brothers of the opposite sex? All right. From today onwards, I will be your big brother eyeball. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me. Big brother. Second brother. Big brother. Second brother. What the hell is this? When he walked out of the copper tower again, Ning Fan was immediately shocked by the scene of the 2 fools burning yellow paper and becoming sworn brothers. He stared at the 2 clowns speechlessly. Weren't these 2 fools just a while ago? They kept calling me Little Demonis. How did they become sworn brothers again after 620 years? What exactly happened to these 2 fools during these 620 years? However, speaking of which, Candlebow's chi had become much stronger. Even though it had not truly broken through the boundary of an innate artifact spirit, it was probably not far from it. It seems like this Candlebow had obtained quite a lot of benefits from the eyeball. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about these 2 fools. His gaze shifted to the dense forest of towers in front of him. For the first time, he had the feeling of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed. There were clearly many time towers in this place. However, because the seals had not been removed, he could not enter or use them. What a pity! He still had the dark time fruit that he had yet to refine. He would need a lot of time to complete this task. What kind of feeling is this? Ning Fan stared at the sealed towers and his eyes suddenly flashed with light. Hee. Brat, why are you looking at me like that? You still want to enter the time towers to cultivate? You've tasted the sweetness, haven't you? Unfortunately, the seals of the other time towers have yet to be broken. You can't enter them for the time being. The eyeball monster only noticed Ning Fan after it finished chatting with Candle Bao. Do you know that the seals of the towers here were personally placed by Great Emperor Mournful Death? They are extremely powerful. Even with my eternal 7 tribulations cultivation base, I've spent tens of thousands of years just to break 21 of the seals. With your current cultivation base, I'm afraid you still won't be able to break any of the seals even if you have tens of thousands of years. Speaking of which, it will be the time when Yin Mo's great tribulation of imperfection descends in 24 hours. It's the best time to kill him. We don't have much time left. Sigh. If there's a chance in the future, I'll help you break a few more seals of the towers for your cultivation. As for now, let's talk business. The eyeball monster's words were directly ignored by Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan's mind was completely focused on this forest of towers. He had a vague feeling. If he willed it, he could easily avoid all the seals of the towers in this place because he was the god of the barbarian race. I see. The seals of the towers here are all the restrictions of the barbarian race. That's why I have this strange feeling. Ning Fan walked towards one of the 10-years-old bronze towers and his eyes lit up with enlightenment. The person who placed the seals might be Mournful Death, but the restrictions used were the formations of the barbarian race. This was really a good coincidence. How could the formations of the barbarian race dare to stop the barbarian god? To Ning Fan, the seals here were useless. There was no need for him to break them. Brat, what are you trying to do? If the seal of this bronze tower is not broken, you won't be able to enter. The eyeball monster suddenly choked halfway through its words and could no longer speak. As soon as Ning Fan approached the 10-years-old bronze tower, the seals outside the tower began to creak. A few moments later, they parted on their own, forming a passage that allowed him to enter the tower. It was as if it was welcoming Ning Fan into the tower. After that, Ning Fan stepped into the 10-years-old bronze tower step by step without breaking the seal of the tower. Are you kidding me? He actually entered the bronze tower without breaking the seal. Could it be that the seal of this bronze tower had lost its effectiveness after so many years? The eyeball monster was shocked. It followed closely behind Ning Fan, wanting to enter the tower like Ning Fan. However, it was violently shaken by the power of the seal and was sent flying far away, cursing in pain. Damn it! The seal of the tower did not lose its effectiveness at all. How could this brat enter the tower? That's right. This brat is the barbarian god. He possesses the power of slaughter and punishment. No barbarian restriction under the heavens dares to stop him. To be able to make the formation give way on its own, this is the power of a god. Damn it, this power really makes this old man envious. Just as the eyeball monster cursed, Ning Fan walked out of the 10-years-old bronze tower and entered another bronze tower. Only a moment had passed in the outside world, but Ning Fan had already completed 10 years of bitter cultivation in the tower. 1, 2, 3. There were 407 bronze towers left in this place. In the end, Ning Fan entered all of them and destroyed them. 407 bronze towers, 4,070 years of bitter cultivation. That day at the riverside of the True Illusion River, Ning Fan only used 10 days to refine 1/10 of the dark time fruit with the help of the river demon. This time, Ning Fan did not have anyone to help him. After spending 4,070 years, he only managed to refine one dark time fruit. While refining the dark time fruit, Ning Fan also took out a 9 stars dark element cultivation technique, dark light scripture from the profound Yin world's hidden scripture to cultivate. Dark light scripture. Among the 10 great secret races, it was the highest cultivation technique of the Dark Clan. Only the elite cultivators of the clan were qualified to cultivate this technique. Such a precious cultivation technique was kept in a hidden scripture tower by ancient chaos and given to Ning Fan. Now was the time for him to cultivate it. With the help of the dark light scripture, Ning Fan slowly formed the third divine yin-yang star, the young dark star. The dark blood that was produced from his copulation with the little demoness was absorbed by the young star. Similarly, when he refined the dark time fruit, the speed of his cultivation also increased. Just a single dark time fruit had increased the speed of Ning Fan's cultivation by 30%. The medicinal power of the dark time fruit also increased Ning Fan's cultivation. A single dark time fruit could increase a cultivator's cultivation by 400,000 years. Ning Fan was a 3 orifices ancient god. Consuming the dark time fruit could offset 3,200,000 years of bitter cultivation. Since Ning Fan's ancient god realm cultivation base was obviously higher than that of the ancient demons and devils, the dark time fruit was the first to improve their cultivation bases. The ancient demons' cultivation soared from the peak of the human Xian realm to the late stage of the crossing truth realm. The ancient devil's cultivation also broke through to the third nirvana of the heavenly devil. There are 9 more dark time fruits. After the 10 years bronze pagodas were destroyed, Ning Fan began to enter the 100 years bronze pagodas for cultivation. There were a total of 13300 years bronze pagodas in this place. After another 13,300 years of arduous cultivation, Ning Fan had refined another 3 dark time fruits. His ancient demon cultivation base had reached the peak of the crossing truth realm, but he still could not attain the shedding void realm. Ancient devil's cultivation had risen to the 5th nirvana of the sky devil. The quintuple nirvana heavenly devil corresponded to the early stage of shedding void, but it was much stronger than ordinary early stage shedding void cultivators. Ning Fan did not expect that it would be so difficult to break through the bottleneck of the renouncing void realm for both divine and demon cultivation bases. On the contrary, the ancient devil cultivation base did not have to face the bottleneck of the renouncing void realm. Ning Fan had also completely mastered the dark yin-yang and absorbed it into his body, turning it into his cultivation base. The 100-year-old copper pagodas here had been destroyed, leaving 78 11-story copper pagodas and 9 12-story copper pagodas. The 11th floor of the pagoda was sealed for 1,000 years, and the 12th floor was sealed for 10,000 years. Without any obstruction, he easily entered the pagoda. He entered a total of 26 pagoda before he managed to refine all the remaining dark time fruits. In total, Ning Fan had cultivated in the space of the copper pagoda for more than 40,000 years. To the outside world, 40,000 years of bitter cultivation was but a blink of an eye. After 40,000 years of arduous cultivation, his ancient god realm cultivation base was still stuck at the peak of the crossing truth realm. The samsara void tribulation had yet to befall him. However, in terms of the density of his magic power, it was already comparable to Sheet's own late stage. The ancient demon's cultivation was also stuck at the peak of Duzhen Peak, and the thickness of the demon's spiritual power was comparable to the shedding calm late-stage demon cultivator. Ancient Devil didn't encounter any bottlenecks in his cultivation. Instead, he broke through to the 7th nirvana of the Sky Devil, the same level as the shedding void late stage. Ning Fan could casually use any one of the 3 powers of the divine, demon and devil races and he would be ranked among the top experts of the late shedding void realm. If he uses the power of the 3 races at the same time, Ning Fan was confident that he could defeat a peak stage demon cultivator. Of course, if he uses the power of his tribulation blood, Ning Fan would be an ancient immortal venerated. After consuming all the dark time fruits, the opportunity he had in the past was considered to have been used up. If he still wants to improve his cultivation base in the future, he would need to rely on other methods. I have already consumed all the heavenly ingredients and earthly treasures I have. If I continue to cultivate in the time tower, it will just be a waste of time. It won't be of much use to me. Why don't I keep these time towers for the time being and use them in the future? Ning Fan made up his mind. He turned around and asked the strange eyeball. Can I take all of the towers here? Of course you can. If you help me kill Mo, I can give you all of the towers here. The strange eyeball was stunned for a moment and then said straightforwardly. That's good. I have completed all my cultivation. Next, let's talk about the important matter. You want to kill Mo. What's your plan? Ning Fan's 40,000 years of bitter cultivation was just a moment to the outside world. The strange phenomenon of the barbarian god fighting against the heavens had just dissipated. At the highest point of the Nine Heavens imperial court, Mo's stone statue wore a gloomy expression. He did not expect that the 10th barbarian god would be born in the Nine Heavens imperial court. Moreover, the power of this person's punishment was so strong that it was simply unheard of. The power of this person's punishment is 12 times stronger than mine. Who exactly is this person? Could it be that junior? Mo sensed for a while. Soon, he realized that the blessing technique that he planted in Ning Fan's body had been broken. Humph. It wasn't easy for me to find a perfect body. He actually broke free from my curse technique. Could it be that the person who became the 10th barbarian god is really this person? There are still 24 hours before my great tribulation of imperfection. The right eye probably won't let go of such an opportunity. It will definitely come and plot against me. If it was in the past, I wouldn't be afraid of it. But now. Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, the 10th barbarian god had intervened in the Nine Heavens imperial court. If these changes were related to the right eye, then he could not afford to be careless in his confrontation with the right eye this time. He must be more cautious, forget it. Seventh ancestor of the Fan clan, even though I don't fancy your body, it's not completely useless. I will accept this body without hesitation. From now on, until my next tribulation of imperfection arrives, all the cultivators on the 9th floor will be my life sacrifice. A gray shadow suddenly walked out from Mo's stone statue. The gray shadow was extremely illusory. Its cultivation base was only at the early crossing truth realm. Looking at its appearance, it was clearly the same as Mo. His left eye was still there while his right eye was empty as if it had been gouged out by someone. It was badly mutilated. This shadow was none other than a trace of Mo's primordial spirit that was separated from his sealed primordial spirit. It was clearly just an early crossing truth realm primordial spirit, but it made the 7th ancestor's expression change greatly. Impossible. You can actually ignore immortal sovereign Z-Do's seal and separate a trace of your primordial spirit from your body. How is this possible? Rumble. What responded to the 7th ancestor was the sound of the sky collapsing. 6 bloody holes suddenly appeared in the sky. Each of the bloody holes sealed an ancient coffin that was dripping with blood. Among them, the 6th ancient coffin actually had a crack on it. Once, immortal sovereign Z-Do extracted Mo's primordial spirit, divided it into 6 parts, and sealed each of them. After countless years, a trace of Mo's primordial spirit finally escaped. However, it was still not enough. Mo didn't want a trace of primordial spirit to be reborn. He wanted 6 primordial spirits to return to 1. You can leave it for the last to eat. Eat the others first. Mo's body swayed and instantly disappeared from the center of the stone forest. At the same time, the entire 9th floor began to shake violently. The 7-colored seal that blocked the group of cultivators outside the first palace was cracking and cracking. Ha! The seal has been broken. The ancient passage is destined to belong to our demon race. Humph, it belongs to our human race. Charge. If we can seize the passage this time, we will definitely get a generous reward. The moment the seal was broken, hundreds of flowing lights burst out toward the top of the imperial court. Among them were Ao Xian, Lu He, and other immortal venerables. However, at this moment, a grey shadow blocked the group of cultivators with an indifferent expression as if he was looking at ants. Mo, order the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to seal. Chapter 946. Mo, order the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to seal. Mo's avatar stood in front of the 100 cultivators. A blood-red seal word suddenly appeared in his left eye. An unimaginable power that forbade space swept across the entire 9th level with Mo as the center. A blood-red seal word appeared on the foreheads of the 100 cultivators. They fell from the sky and couldn't fly anymore. Their expressions changed drastically. Even Ao Xian and Lu He, who were immortal venerables, were shocked. They looked at Mo in shock. Who is this person? He can form such a terrifying power that forbade space with just a flip of his hand. This kind of power is unheard of. Has Zido's immortal cultivation become so weak? He can't even stand in the air in front of my avatar. Mo shook his head slightly. He raised his withered hand and grabbed forward. The power of this grab seemed to be able to trap the souls of heaven and earth in his palm and crush them into pieces. In an instant, more than 10 sky renhuang and thought-fragmenting old monsters were turned into blood mist. Mo opened his mouth and swallowed all of them. Even their primordial spirits and demonic souls couldn't escape. After swallowing some cultivators, Mo's avatar's aura became much stronger. The flesh of cultivators from the illusionary world tastes terrible, Mo said indifferently. The crowd felt a chill in their hearts again. This person could easily kill more than 10 sky renhuang and thought-fragmenting old monsters with just a lift of his hand. Even an immortal king couldn't do that so easily. Who is this person? Is he an immortal king? Why did he appear? Why did he kill people? Could it be that he's also here for the ancient passage? Ao Xian secretly used the connate power of the Brahma demon Jian. He was the first one to shatter the blood, seal, word and break the power that forbade space on him. Just as he was guessing Mo's intention, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He raised his head and saw Mo's cold and scrutinizing gaze. For some reason, Ao Xian saw a trace of hatred in Mo's eyes. He didn't know this person at all. Why would he hate him? The next moment, Mo directly raised his palm and pressed a 5-fingered palm print in his direction across the air. Ancestral dragon Zhu Li's descendant. Let me see how much tolerance his descendant has. In Ao Xian's eyes, the seemingly ordinary withered palm was like a 5-fingered mountain, and it gave him a feeling of invincibility. Ao Xian seemed to have seen an illusion. He seemed to have seen this palm, covering the sky, the Tao, the mountains and the seas, the sun, the moon, and the stars, overturning the past and present. It was as if he could see the souls of billions of experts buried beneath this withered palm. Many of them were countless times stronger than him. Impossible. Who was this person? To think that he had killed so many experts. He must have killed immortal emperors and quasi-saints. Countless souls must have perished in his hands. Ao Xian's body trembled uncontrollably. His Tao heart was already filled with fear before the battle. No, I can't be afraid. With a connate Dharma treasure in hand, I might not necessarily lose to this person. Ao Xian roared and his demonic body instantly grew as tall as the sky. He waved the Brahma demonic dual truncheons and struck out with all his might against the ink palm print. A single strike from this sword breaker had the power to destroy worlds. He firmly believed that even if he was no match for Inma, he wouldn't be defeated in one blow. However, the truth was far beyond his expectations. The palm print swept all the way down, and everywhere it passed, the sky strangely petrified. In the blink of an eye, the palm landed on the Brahma demon Jian. In the blink of an eye, the Brahma demon rapier turned grey as it turned to stone. After it turned to stone, it lost all of its power. With a loud boom, it shattered into countless rocks and fell from the sky. That palm continued to descend, pressing down on the top of Ao Xian's head. Ao Xian's body instantly turned to stone, then his body started to shatter from the top of his head, turning into countless boulders. Ao Xian, a dignified celestial venerable with a connate Dharma treasure, was actually unable to withstand the power of Yin Mo's palm. With just one strike, the treasure was destroyed and the person was dead. That was close. If not for my demon soul escaping at the last moment, I would have definitely died. As the dust settled, Ao Xian's demon soul appeared in front of everyone. His expression was one of extreme fear. Very few immortal emperors would be able to shatter Xiantian treasures. The toughness of Xiantian treasures was known throughout the world, yet it was shattered by Yin Mo with a single strike. This person was too strong, just like Zhao Jian. He was definitely not someone he could defeat. Damn it! The ancient passageway was so close. Why did such a malevolent star appear and start a massacre here? That's right. A mere immortal venerable was actually able to preserve your life from me. You are qualified to stay alive and become my life sacrifice. Yin Mo's left eye shot out a ray of grey light that hit the center of Ao Xian's demon soul's brows. Ao Xian screamed and disappeared. No one knew where he was taken by Yin Mo. You are the ninth god of barbarians. The barbarian ancestors of the Fan clan finally recognized Yin Mo. Their expressions changed. Didn't the intelligence say that the ninth god of barbarians was suppressed at the top of the Heaven Imperial Court and couldn't escape? Why did he come out and start a massacre here? The few of you are also the barbarian ancestors of the Fan clan, right? If that's the case, stay. Without giving the barbarian ancestors a chance to speak, Yin Mo used Xing Shan's power and took the three barbarian ancestors away. With Xing Shan's power, the three barbarian ancestors couldn't resist at all. In just a few breaths' time, there was only 6 directions left among the immortal venerables. There were still 80 to 90 human and demon cultivators left. Yin Mo didn't plan to waste any more time. With a flash, he flew into the crowd and started a massacre. Most of the cultivators were killed by him and their flesh was devoured. There were also some that Yin Mo didn't kill for now. Instead, he took them away as if they still had some use for them. The more flesh and blood he devoured, the stronger the aura of Yin Mo's clone became. 6 directions felt that he was invincible. At this moment, 6 directions and the rest of the cultivators were not in the mood to fight for the ancient passageway anymore. They had to save their lives first. Leave this place quickly. 6 directions immortal venerables spat out a mouthful of blood and forcefully broke the heart-blood character on his glabella. With a wave of his sleeve, he led a large group of human cultivators and fled towards the 8th level. The demon cultivators weren't so lucky. Without the protection of the immortal venerables, they instantly became Yin Mo's first targets. The descendants of ancestor dragon Zhu Li, the descendants of the ferocious demon Qizang, the descendants of the great demon Xian Ku. The more demon cultivators he killed, the colder Yin Mo's eyes became. When he betrayed the Purple Dipper immortal domain, he was chased by countless Purple Dipper immortal cultivators. Among them were many ancient great demons. Many of the demon cultivators who entered the 9 Heavens Imperial Court were the descendants of those great demons. All of them deserved to be killed. Soon, apart from a few demon cultivators who were captured alive to be sacrificed, most of them were devoured by him. At this moment, 6 directions immortal venerables had already led the rest of the human cultivators into the 8th level. Yin Mo's eyes narrowed. With a flash, he disappeared from the 9th level and appeared in front of 6 directions and the others. The the current Purple Dipper immortal cultivators don't even have the courage to fight to the death. My eyes are the mountains. A ray of grey light shot out from Yin Mo's right eye and formed the image of 9 mountains in the sky. They were all grey stone mountains. My killing as the sea, under the 9 mountains, there were 8 more layers of the sea of massacre. The stench of blood filled the sky. They were formed by Yin Mo's lifetime of killing. My soul as the tree, in the center of the sea of massacre, a 10,000 zhang tall stone vine tree suddenly grew out. On the stone vine tree, there was a grey eyeball. It was Yin Mo's left eye. Inside the eyeball, 12 crescent moons rotated strangely, emitting endless illusory power. All the human cultivators, including 6 directions, lost their consciousness at this moment. Their faces were blank as if they had fallen into an illusory spell. My illusions are the prison palace. The space in the entire 8th level kept shattering. Countless stone vines grew out from the cracks in the void and bound the human cultivators tightly. The vines seemed to have poisonous thorns on them. Once they bound a cultivator, they would immediately fall into a coma. Many vines wriggled strangely and devoured the flesh and blood of many cultivators, leaving only empty human skins behind. After a long time, the entire 8th level was in dead silence. Regardless of whether it was the people who had escaped to the 8th level or the cultivators who had not made it to the 9th level in time, they were all bound to the stone trees and turned into their nourishment. The current Purple Dipper immortal cultivators are really weak. Killing these people is too boring. A grey light flashed in Yin Mo's left eye. The 1,000 zhang tall stone tree disappeared and countless empty human skins fell from the sky. Of course, those cultivators who were not killed by the stone tree, such as 6 directions, were captured alive by Yin Mo and used for other purposes. Yin Mo sensed that all the cultivators in the 9 heavens imperial court should have been killed by him. What was going to happen next was not something that the Purple Dipper immortal cultivators outside the desolate land could watch. Once he was free, he would go outside and kill all the immortal emperors of the illusion world. Those people should be able to bring him some joy of revenge. Humph. Yin Mo turned around and returned to the 9th level. Before he left, he suddenly turned around and let out a cold harumph as if his gaze could pierce through countless realms. With that harumph, the painted skin projection of the demon Yen in the outside world immediately shattered into pieces with a loud bang. At the same time, the giant monument that Meng Xuanzi had created also collapsed and was destroyed. That cold harumph even crossed the boundary of the ancient savage realm and reached the ears of every immortal emperor. It was like a thunderclap. That voice carried all the killing that Yin Mo had done in his life. Some of the immortal emperors with weaker cultivation were shocked by that voice and their seas of consciousness were immediately injured. Even the ancient emperor of sky reaching ancient emperor and the true dragon clan head, who were at the level of quasi-sages, were shaken by Yin Mo's snort. Who is this person? In the 4 heavens and 9 realms, this person is almost invincible. How could such a strong cultivator appear in the 9 heavens imperial court? The immortal emperors of the 2 clans were shocked. There were more and more changes in the 9 heavens imperial court. They didn't expect such a malevolent star to appear at the last moment. With the strength of one person, he killed all the cultivators of the 2 clans who were fighting for the passage. With a voice that separated the realms, he directly injured more than 100 immortal emperors. Is this person, here to fight for the ancient passage? This is troublesome. With this person here, it's going to be difficult to fight for the ancient passage. Yin Mo's figure flickered and returned to the stone forest at the top of the 9th level. The 7th ancestor was still standing in the stone forest and didn't run away. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but his body had been completely petrified by the light of the grey moon. He stood there like a stone statue and couldn't move. Yin Mo waved his hand and more stone statues appeared in the empty stone forest. Among them were the stone statues of Ao Xian, Lu He, the 1st generation of the Fan clan, the 2nd ancestor, and the 4th ancestor. There were also more than 10 other stone statues. Without exception, these stone statues were all people who were captured alive by Nemo. Their expressions were more or less filled with fear. There was still a bit of life aura inside their stone statues that hadn't dissipated. There are still 24 hours before the Inca tribulation arrives. Right, I'm looking forward to fusing with you again this time. Nemo's avatar walked towards his own stone statue step by step, allowing his avatar to fuse with the stone statue again. Time passed bit by bit. 6 hours later, the gray moon in the sky of the 9th level suddenly changed. That gray moon was originally a full moon, but as time passed, the scene of a heavenly dog eating the moon appeared. 12 hours later, the gray moon was only left with half a crescent moon. 18 hours later, the gray moon was only left with the outline of a halo. 24 hours later, the gray moon completely disappeared. Without the moonlight, the entire 9th level was dark. Only the stone gate at the center of the stone forest that had been standing for a long time gradually emitted a strange light. That stone gate was the ancient tunnel that the immortal emperors of the two clans had painstakingly schemed for. It connected the illusory world and the three great true worlds. The light on the stone gate became brighter and brighter. Gradually, lines of ancient words appeared on it. Very few cultivators of the second step could see those words clearly. The brighter the light of the words became, the weaker the aura of the Nemo statue became. It was as if his cultivation base and everything he had were offered to the stone gate, becoming the source of power for the words on the stone gate to light up. Inca. Inca. The weakest moment had finally arrived. Time is up. This is the moment when I am at my weakest. Right, I know you are here. Come out. The Nemo statue suddenly let out an ancient roar. For some unknown reason, that roar was able to stir up the Tao law of undying, turning it into a divine ability. As it swept through the area, it immediately stirred up a violent gust of wind in the world. The space in this place was shaken by that roar. It turned into countless broken lines and separated from each other as if it was silk. A muffled groan was heard. With a monstrous hatred, the eyeball fell out of the crack in space and glared at the Nemo statue. You still have the face to use Big Brother Undying's divine ability? How shameless. Right, I didn't expect that after so many years, you still don't understand. I didn't betray Zido Immortal Region. It was Undying who betrayed the mortal world. We were originally cultivators of the mortal world and belonged to the Berserker tribe. It was the most suitable thing for me to return to the Berserker tribe and inherit the throne of the god of Berserkers. But he abandoned himself and served Immortal Emperor Zido as his master. He worked hard for the cultivators of the mortal world and stopped us from unifying the true world. If he doesn't die, he will be the shame of the mortal world, the Nemo statue said. Humph. There is no point in arguing. Today, I will definitely kill you. The eyeball retreated slightly. A gray light flashed in its eyes. Instantly, millions of silver rays appeared in the 9th layer. They intertwined with each other and formed an extremely complicated formation. The formation surrounded the Nemo statue and the entire stone forest in the center. There was an altar in each of the 4 directions. On top of each altar, there was an innate magical treasure. Nemo. In order to kill you, I have spent countless years and used 4 innate magical treasures to create a killing formation. Today, you must die. Azure Dragon suppresses East. On the altar in the east, a Azure Dragon treasure seal turned into a 10,000 feet long dragon and soared into the sky. Azure Dragon treasure seal. After not seeing you for so many years, your refining skills have improved a lot. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still too weak, Nemo said indifferently. White Tiger suppresses west. Vermilion Bird suppresses south. Black Tortoise suppresses north. On the altars in the west, south, and north, 3 treasure seals also turned into 10,000 feet long strange beasts and soared into the sky. Each of the 4 beasts guarded one direction. The whole world seemed to be confined. The formation is not bad. The 4 innate treasure seals are also not bad. This formation can cut off my connection with the world and keep me in my weakest state. But it's a pity that these methods are not enough to kill me. You have the confinement formation, but I have 100,000 protectors. You are only a 7th tribulation realm cultivator. How can you fight against 100,000 immortal venerables? You can't do it. As soon as Yin Mo's voice fell, ancient coffins appeared in the sky one after another. Ancient corpses that were comparable to ancient immortal venerables crawled out of the coffins and formed a formation above the stone forest. I, Zido Immortal Realm Cultivator, defy the tribulations to survive. I have no regrets, life and death, for Zido Immortal Realm Cultivator. The strange eyeball's eyes immediately turned red when it saw the 100,000 ancient corpses. Without exception, all the ancient corpses here had fought for Zido Immortal Realm when they were alive. However, because of Yin Mo's betrayal, they did not die in the battlefield. Instead, they died in Yin Mo's hands. If one cultivated the barbarian path and knew the mountain and sea mantra, one would be able to hear the grief and indignation of these dead cultivators. Kill Yin Mo. Kill Yin Mo. Kill Yin Mo. The soul voices of the 100,000 immortal realm cultivators were so uniform. Not only did Yin Mo kill his companions, but he also refined their corpses into puppets using the Undying Emperor's puppet technique. Today, he would pay the price for his actions. Brat, do it. As soon as the strange eyeball's voice fell, an ear-piercing sword chime resounded across heaven and earth. A ghost-faced silver-haired figure suddenly broke through the void and walked out from the other end of the void. As soon as this person appeared, the 100,000 immortal venerables began to tremble. They actually felt a fatal sense of danger from this person. If it's not Ning Fan, who else could it be? Yin Mo, who had always been arrogant, had a serious expression on his face for the first time. As expected, he's the one you're relying on. I can't confirm if this young man possesses the power of punishment. Could he be the 10th barbarian god? He was not afraid of the 7th ancestor of the Fan clan, the Right Eye, or the 100 great sovereigns of the 2 clans. It was only Ning Fan who gave him a sense of danger for the first time. The moment Ning Fan swung his sword, the sense of danger instantly rose to its peak. The undying chi of heaven and earth became chaotic because of Ning Fan alone, as if it had met its natural enemy. This child is actually the successor of ancient chaos. Chapter 947. Ning Fan held a 3 chi long sword and stepped out of the void, appearing in front of the 100,000 ancient corpses. The sword in his hand was fiery red. It was a 12 Nirvana immortal sword. He had obtained it from the eyeball in order to execute the human sword slaying technique. The 12 Nirvana immortal sword was not enough to make the 100,000 ancient corpses fearful. However, the moon-white sword light emitted by this immortal sword was enough to make any ancient corpse shudder. This was the ancient chaos absolute technique, life-slaying sword. It was used to slay undying beings in this world. The inheritor of ancient chaos. It's actually the inheritor of ancient chaos. So that's how it is. Yin Mo's expression became even more solemn, as if he had understood many things in an instant. No wonder so many ancient corpses died mysteriously in the past. It turned out that it was the inheritor of ancient chaos's doing. Yin Mo was an evil corpse created by the Undying Emperor. He possessed part of his undying memories. How could he not know how terrifying the life-slaying sword was? The Undying Emperor had never been defeated by an immortal emperor of the same level as him. With his undying physique, not even desolate saints could kill him. However, such a powerful figure was once defeated by the ancient Chaos Emperor. The more powerful an undying being was, the more they would fear the power of the life-slaying sword. The Undying Emperor was no exception. Even if there were 100,000 undying ancient corpses protecting him today, they would probably be killed by the life-slaying sword with just a single slash. Interesting. I didn't expect my right eye to gain the upper hand in the first confrontation of the Great Tribulation of surplus and deficiency. Hee. Having the help of ancient chaos's inheritor is enough to restrain the undying power in my body. Unfortunately, the undying power isn't my only power. Right eye, can you give me more surprises? After the initial shock, Yin Mo's expression became indifferent again. He knew that the 100,000 ancient corpses would most likely die in Ning Fan's hands. However, he didn't care. Roar. 100,000 ancient corpses roared at the same time. Even though they were afraid of Ning Fan's life-slaying sword, they still attacked him out of instinct. Those roars were as barbaric as beasts. They were obviously not human language, but somehow, they carried a kind of desolate emotion that could touch one's heart. They could hear it and even see it. Ning Fan closed his eyes. It was as if he could hear the sound of the souls of these ancient corpses that had been lingering in the mountains and seas for millions of years. The god-exterminating shield in his Dantian emitted traces of undying power, causing Ning Fan to resonate with the heaven and earth in a strange way. At this moment, scenes from ancient times began to appear in his mind. One day, the Undying Emperor killed the evil corpse and gave it the name Yin Mo, Evil Corpse. I want a promise from you. Promise me that you will accompany me to protect the Purple Dipper Galaxy for all eternity. On that day, Yin Mo knelt before the Undying Emperor and swore an oath. The Purple Dipper immortals are above me, and I cultivate Yin Inc. Since I was born to slay evil, I should inherit the will of the venerable emperor. Although they were evil corpses, they would definitely be upright. They would not let down the heavens and earth, and they would not let down the Purple Dipper. From now on, he would live for Zido and die for Zido. If I break this oath, I will be killed by the heavens. Countless years passed, and Yin Mo's cultivation grew higher and higher. He replaced the Undying and headed to the border of the Purple Do celestial domain, the Defying Dust Sea. There was a protective formation that immortal Emperor Zido had spent countless years to set up. If the formation was still there, even some fourth-step cultivators would not be able to break into the Purple Do immortal domain. On that day, a red sun suddenly rose from the Defying Dust Sea. A man holding a red horsetail whisk walked out from the red sun. No one could see the man's appearance clearly. It was as if no one in this world could see his appearance if he did not allow it. The man wore a fiery red feather cloak. He walked towards Yin Mo step by step. All the cities he passed by turned into ruins and disappeared in the dust. I need you to help me complete a task. After you complete this task, I will grant you the Taitsang bloodline and give you the chance to stand above the three realms. If someone else said this to Yin Mo, he would certainly not believe it. However, the red-robed man in front of him was a great figure that Yin Mo could only look up to. His promise was definitely not a lie. On that day, Yin Mo opened the protective formation of the Defying Dust Sea. Countless cultivators of the mortal world led by the red-robed man invaded the Purple Do immortal domain. On that day, Yin Mo resolutely changed sides and killed the billions of Purple Do immortal cultivators under his command. When the flames of war spread across the Purple Do galaxy and the news of the battle reached the Undying Demon Palace, the Undying Emperor slammed the table and rushed towards the Defying Dust Sea. He wanted to personally kill the traitor who went against his oath and invited the enemy into his domain. However, it was already too late. After Yin Mo defected, he fled into the mortal world and was sheltered under the wings of the Taitsang Tribulation Spirit. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to kill him. In a rage, the Undying Emperor crossed the Defying Dust Sea and killed his way into the mortal world just to kill the traitor. However, he failed and was suppressed by the Taitsang Tribulation Spirit. His body was dismembered under the Ninely Mountain. After that, the Purple Do immortal domain fell into the flames of war. After that, Nemo became the ninth barbarian god of the barbarian race. He stepped on the corpses of his companions and obtained the recognition of the Tai Tsung tribulation spirit. However, he mysteriously disappeared after one of his seclusion. Only a few people knew that it was immortal Emperor Zido who used the last of his strength to capture the traitor and suppress him in the Nine Heavens imperial court. The scenes were fragmented, but they contained too many ancient secrets that remained in the mountains and seas. Ning Fan was not a saint. He did not have the ability to see through the past, the present and the future. However, he managed to do so by relying on his superb understanding of the mountains and seas mantra. Kill Nemo. Kill this traitor. If I don't kill this traitor, I won't be able to avenge the destruction of the Purple Do immortal domain. Kill. 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 The soul voices of the 100,000 ancient corpses lingered in the mountains and seas. All of them carried a monstrous hatred towards Nemo. They desired to kill Nemo to pay homage to the millions of Purple Do immortal cultivators. However, what was sad was that even their corpses had become Nemo's puppets. The soul voices of the 100,000 ancient corpses were filled with sorrow like the fallen leaves at the end of autumn. They fell on Ning Fan's heart. After all, Ning Fan was not a true Purple Do immortal cultivator. It was difficult for him to understand the sorrow of these cultivators who had their countries destroyed. The only thing he could do was to send these martyrs off. 10 rays, 100 rays, 1,000 rays. More and more moon-white sword rays surrounded Ning Fan's body. In the end, the number had reached 10 million rays. Under the support of the 10 million rays of life-severing sword chi, the strength of Ning Fan's chi had completely surpassed the boundary of the second step and reached the third step. What kind of feeling is this? It's indescribable. Ning Fan's figure was unprecedentedly ethereal. His eyes carried the might of heaven and earth. They were so indifferent that there was not a single trace of emotion in them. That gaze was as if he was looking at everything in the world like a dog that could not arouse the slightest interest. His body began to feel excruciating pain as if he was on the verge of collapsing. Ning Fan believed that if it wasn't for the great increase in his cultivation base and the protection of the heaven-opening treasure, he certainly would not be able to withstand the power of the 10 million rays of sword light. If it's him in the past, he would definitely be killed by the boundless sword might. Crack crack crack, the 12 Nirvana immortal sword in his hand began to crack as if it could not withstand the sword light of this level. Ning Fan slowly waved the immortal sword. His movements were extremely slow. However, in the eyes of all the ancient corpses, there was an indescribable chill. Dangerous. It's very dangerous. What level of sword technique is this? It has definitely surpassed the scope of the second step. The ancient corpses that were rushing towards Ning Fan were stopped 1,000 zhang away from him by the invisible sword might. The 100,000 ancient corpses surrounded Ning Fan. The area within a radius of 1,000 zhang had turned into a circle of vacuum. The sword was like a circle. The trajectory of the sword was flawless. It had achieved perfection. The Tao of sword that countless sword cultivators had painstakingly pursued for was casually executed by Ning Fan at this moment. Crack crack crack, the immortal sword was already on the verge of breaking. At this moment, Ning Fan swung out a sword attack that could not be replicated. As soon as the sword fell, the entire heaven and earth seemed to have turned into a circle. The moon-white sword light flowed like water in the circle, flowing past the ancient corpses. Wherever it passed, all of the ancient corpses that were comparable to immortal venerables turned into ashes without exception. In just an instant, they were all cut into ashes by the supreme sword intent. There was no way to resist it. There was no way to defeat it. After 13 breaths of time, the 100,000 ancient corpses had all turned into ashes. Ning Fan could no longer withstand the destructive power of the sword. Under the ghost mask, his face turned pale. Traces of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Obviously, he had suffered a heavy backlash. As for the immortal sword in his hand, it had already completely shattered into countless iron pieces with a cracking sound, scattering all over the ground. Brat, well done. Now that the 100,000 ancient corpses have been destroyed, Mo will definitely die today. The eyeball monster burst into laughter. Is that so? Do you really think that you can kill me without the protection of 100,000 ancient corpses? This brat's life-slaying sword technique has great destructive power against pure undying beings. However, I don't only have the power of undying. The life-slaying sword technique is ineffective against me. The Mo stone statue said indifferently. Hee. If this brat only has these techniques, he naturally can't kill you. However, he has another identity. Brat, there's no time for you to rest. Do it now. The eyeball monster shouted. Ning Fan nodded his head and wiped off the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. With the help of these traces of blood, he suddenly squatted down and slammed his palm on the ground. Immediately, circles of blood-red halos appeared on the ground. A blood-red altar was rising from the ground bit by bit. Using blood as a guide to summon the trump card hidden in the formation, The Mo stone statue frowned slightly. He did not expect that there would actually be a fifth altar in the grand formation laid by the eyeball monster. Each of the 4 altars was guarded by an innate treasure seal. As for the fifth altar, there was no innate treasure seal at all. There was only an ancient crossbow bed placed on top of it. This is, the ancient country's god-slaying crossbow. No, the real god-slaying crossbow should have already been destroyed. Is this just a replica? Mo said disdainfully. Hee. You will have to pay the price for underestimating a replica. Brother Zhu, it's up to you now. For the sake of your old brother, you have to cooperate with your master. The eyeball monster laughed strangely. Don't worry, big brother. Your enemy is this little brother's enemy. Wherever the tip of your sword points, this little brother's arrow will land. Master, let's do it. My bowstring is already tired. Candlebao's voice suddenly resounded from the crossbow bed. He did not expect that the cowardly Candlebao would also draw his bow against a strong enemy for the sake of loyalty. Ning Fan was secretly amazed. His figure flashed and appeared on the fifth altar. He raised his hand and pressed on the mechanism of the crossbow bed. This crossbow bed was an imitation of the once supreme treasure of the ancient barbarian world, the god-slaying crossbow of the ancient country. Even though it was just an imitation magic treasure, it had more restrictions compared to the real god-slaying crossbow. Only the barbarian god could activate this crossbow. Faint golden light began to shine from Ning Fan's body. In the vast sky, golden punishment mountains kept appearing one after another. Under Ning Fan's control, the overwhelming might of the punishment mountains swept towards the Mo stone statue. The gray sky was illuminated by the golden light. At this moment, the might of Ning Fan's 36 punishment mountains was pressing down on Mo's body. Mo tried to summon his 3 punishment mountains to resist this kind of might. However, just as he summoned them, the 3 punishment mountains crumbled once again. Just like before, they could not appear in front of Ning Fan. As the 9th barbarian god, he could feel the heavenly might from Ning Fan's body. At the same time, he was also a barbarian god. However, his might was much weaker than Ning Fan's. Even with Mo's temperament, he still felt dissatisfied and snorted. As expected, you are the newly born 10th barbarian god. There are actually 36 punishment mountains. Unfortunately, I am also a barbarian god. If you only use your might, you won't be able to suppress me. Chi. 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 What responded to Mo was the sound of sharp arrows piercing through the air. In the blink of an eye, 36 golden arrows were shot out from the crossbow bed. Mo was different from Shizihua. He was not the shadow of the mountains and seas. Instead, he was a living barbarian god who had 3 punishment mountains. Ning Fan could not suppress Mo with just the might of the Punishment Mountains. Even if he used the Punishment Mountains, it might not have much effect. Thus, the eyeball monster came up with a plan. He decided to use the imitation god-slaying crossbow to gather the might of the Punishment Mountains and turn them into tangible arrows to attack Mo. Such golden arrows were almost harmless to cultivators who were not barbarian cultivators. However, they posed a fatal threat to Mo. Not a single one of the 36 golden arrows missed. They all shot into the shadow inkstone statue. Everything happened in an instant. Mo's avatar's expression changed greatly, and he flew out of the stone statue. As he flew out, the 36 arrow lights followed closely behind him, chasing after him. Even though he managed to escape, his body was still pierced by a few bloody holes. Even with his cultivation base, he could not heal those wounds. Any one of the 36 golden arrows was enough to kill an immortal Emperor realm barbarian cultivator. When the 36 arrows combined, it was enough to kill all barbarian cultivators who were below the Saint realm. Even Mo did not dare to take it head-on. The only pity was that the imitation god-slaying crossbow seemed to be unable to withstand the might of the 36 arrows. With a loud bang, it exploded into pieces on the ground. It could no longer be used. What a pity, die. Even if you have the crow's feather bestowed by that person, don't even think about surviving these arrows. The eyeball monster's expression was unprecedentedly excited. Mo's life or death depended on this attack. It would be great if he could kill Mo in one shot. Even if he could not, it should be enough to destroy Mo's life-saving treasure. Humph. Even though your attack is strong, it's not enough for me to use the tribulation feather bestowed by his lordship. I'm different from when I still had my right eye. I'll show you the new technique I've learned over the years. Bone sacrifice. Seeing that he could not escape the 36 arrows, Mo stopped running. Instead, he broke off one of his fingers and turned it into a white bone club. There was the totem of Kunpeng overturning the seas on the bone club. Its aura was extremely strange. When it was weak, it seemed like an ordinary object. But when it was strong, it exuded an innate aura and gave people the feeling that it was a living thing. Mo raised the bone club. It immediately split into 36 pieces, and each of them shot towards a golden arrow. The powerful collision caused the space of the 9th level of the Heaven Imperial Court to become unstable. It began to collapse crazily, and then the entire 9 Heavens Imperial Court began to shake violently. Mo's avatar kept coughing up blood. It was extremely difficult for him to use the bone club. Every second, his avatar would be seriously injured. However, the effect was also very obvious. Every time the arrow light hit the bone club, it would be strangely weakened. It was as if the bone club was swallowing their power. After more than 10 breaths, the 36 arrow light were all swallowed by the bone club. The collapse of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court finally stopped. The bone club did not suffer any damage. The only change was that after swallowing the golden arrow attack, the totem of the Kunpeng on the bone club became much more agile. Impossible. You didn't get the recognition of the Sage Sect. How could you refine this Sage Sect's artifact? The eyeball monster was shocked. He already knew that Mo obtained this bone club, but he did not expect that Mo could control the power of the bone club. It should be known that before he was suppressed in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Mo had spent a lot of effort to refine this object. However, he was unable to refine and subdue it. Unexpectedly, he succeeded today. The origin of this bone club was not simple. Although it was not a heaven-opening artifact, there were not many innate experts who could defeat it. After all, this treasure was once used as a Sage Sect's artifact and was raised in the 6 paths of reincarnation for countless years. Its power was naturally not to be underestimated. However, there was one thing that the eyeball monster could not understand. The Sage Sect's artifact could only be used by cultivators who possessed the bloodline of the Sage Sect. Why could Mo use the artifact of the sage sect? Mo's avatar became much weaker. Using the bone club seemed to consume a lot of his energy. However, his eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty light. Although you are my right eye, there are many things that you don't know. When I betrayed the purple immortal domain and obtained the recognition of that lord, what he gave me was not only the life-saving tribulation feather. What a pity. It seems that you still can't kill me this time. That may not be true. After the eyeball monster was slightly disappointed, his eyes burst out with a stronger battle intent. He set up a four-sided grand formation to suppress Mo's chi so that he could recover. He borrowed Mo's strength to kill 100,000 ancient corpses and shoot out 36 punishment arrows. However, all of these were not his killing moves. This will be the last time. He had been separated from Mo for many years. His cultivation base had always been stagnant while Mo became stronger and stronger. He had already assassinated Mo 12 times. The 12 surplus imperfection Great Tribulation. The barbarians took 12 as their reincarnation cycle. This time, it would be Mo's last surplus imperfection Great Tribulation. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo was currently extremely weak, his avatar would be able to block the 36 arrows even without using the bone club. Once the surplus imperfection Great Tribulation passes this time, Mo would no longer be this weak. This was the last chance to kill Mo. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to seize it. Little girl, I'm counting on you now. The sixth sacrificial altar, appear. The eyeball monster shot out a ray of gray light. Then, the sixth sacrificial altar appeared in the middle of the formation. There was a strange formation above the sacrificial altar. Faint black moonlight flowed on it. In front of the formation, there was an altar that was lit with incense and candles. In front of the altar stood a female cultivator who wore pink palace robes. She was none other than Miao Yen. This is, the sacrificial extermination Dao formation. Mo's expression suddenly turned cold. He did not expect that the right eye really wanted to fight him with its life this time. It even used such an extreme method. However, he did not know how much the undying Great Emperor's glory was worth for it to turn into the sacrificial extermination power of the Dao formation. The eyeball monster flew to the center of the formation and shot out a ray of gray light. That ray of gray light multiplied and turned into thousands of magical treasures. All of a sudden, they fell from the sky like raindrops and landed at the center of the formation. Miao Yen held the peach-wood sword in her hand. At the moment the eyeball monster summoned its magical treasures, she began to cast a technique together with it. She did not know who they were going to deal with. However, this was considered as helping Ning Fan. Thus, she would not reject it. Every time a magical treasure exploded, there would be some black chi coming out from the eyeball. When the amount of black chi accumulated to a certain extent, it gradually turned into the totem of a black crescent moon. The first black crescent moon appeared in the eye of the eyeball monster and it rotated. As soon as the crescent moon appeared, the aura of the eyeball monster skyrocketed. Even though it had yet to reach the 8th tribulation realm, it was not far from it. It's still not enough. This time, I will kill you even if I have to use up all my resources. The eyeball monster shot out more rays of gray light. Countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures landed at the center of the formation and exploded one after another. There were rare and precious pills, spiritual herbs, various spiritual ores and immortal materials in them. After they exploded, the black chi in the eyeball monster's eye became thicker and thicker. The second black crescent moon was condensed. In the end, the eyeball monster even used up all of its Dao crystals. It who loved money as much as its life had really used up all of its resources. The third, fourth and fifth crescent moon were condensed one after another. When the fifth black crescent moon appeared, the aura of the eyeball monster skyrocketed to the 9th tribulation realm within a short period of time. However, it was still not enough. Small iron cage, appear. Small iron spine, appear. Small hammer, appear. Small rake, appear. Small slingshot, small yellow flag, small radish head, small underpants, small, magical treasures with low-grade names were summoned by the eyeball monster without any hesitation. There were a total of 12 magical treasures and all of them were innate magical treasures. Without any hesitation, the eyeball monster exploded 12 innate magical treasures in a row. The 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th crescent moon were condensed one after another. When the 9th black moon appeared, the eyeball monster's aura had reached the quasi-saint realm within a short period of time. Moreover, it was not an ordinary quasi-saint realm expert. 9 black moons, huh? If you can make 12 of them, you might really be able to fight against me. The current you is still not enough. Explode. A loud explosion was heard. This time, the eyeball monster actually blew itself up. Yin Mo's left eye instantly widened. Obviously, he did not expect the eyeball monster to self-destruct. However, he soon understood the true intention of the eyeball monster. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ning Fan's direction. What he saw was a black slit on Ning Fan's glabella where the divine star was shining. From the slit, an extremely wretched laughter could be heard. "Brat, lend me your body for a while. I want to use your body to kill old geezer Yin Mo." The slit was where Ning Fan's third eye was located. Now, it was occupied by the eyeball monster and became Ning Fan's third eye. 12 black crescent moons were rotating in Ning Fan's third eye. Now our cultivation base is equal. Yin Mo, fight with this old man. Chapter 948. It had been many years since Ning Fan last used the ability of his third eye. That was when he was still in the rain world. With the help of the Pill Sovereign, Ning Fan managed to open his third eye. The initial use of this eye was just to identify the authenticity of spiritual herbs. Later on, Ning Fan entered the place where 6 Desires immortal king passed away and refined his eyeball, the desire-releasing pearl. From there, his eyesight improved to the level of the acquired law eye. His third eye's ability to identify things had also improved a lot. Unfortunately, it was still not very useful. After so many years, the third eye finally came in handy. It became the place where the eyeball monster possessed after it self-destructed. After possessing Ning Fan's body, the eyeball monster directly took over Ning Fan's body and transferred all of its power into Ning Fan's body. 12 black crescent moons rotated in his third eye like jade hooks. Ning Fan's chi began to rise. His cultivation base was at the ancient god realm among the 4 cultivation bases. The eyeball monster clearly possessed the cultivation base of the barbarian race. However, when it was transferred to Ning Fan's body, it turned into pure ancient god power. All of this seemed to be caused by the Black Moon Magatama. This kind of increase in cultivation base was only temporary. Just like a secret technique, it could not be sustained for too long. After defeating Yin Mo, Ning Fan's cultivation base would return to its original level. Even so, to Ning Fan, this was also a rare opportunity for him to experience the power of a higher realm with his own body. The phenomenon of the 4 true bridges of Dao execution appeared under Ning Fan's feet one after another. At the same time, there was also a miniature version of the true illusion river. Ning Fan's ancient god realm cultivation base kept increasing as if he had used a secret technique. Every time he advanced to a higher realm, there would be an additional reflection of him in the river: early void renunciation, mid void renunciation, late void renunciation, peak void renunciation. Ning Fan's eyes flashed. He looked at the reflection in the true illusion river. The reflection was a little blurry and he could not see it clearly. His Jie Shui cultivation base was comparable to the ancient immortal venerables. Unfortunately, the cultivation principle of Jie Shui was completely different from the cultivation base of the divine race, demon race and devil race. True crossing cultivators cultivated the true bridge above the river, while void renunciation cultivators cultivated the reflection under the river. Ning Fan suddenly had a feeling that his mind was blessed. He seemed to have grasped the key to attracting the heart tribulation and breaking through the void renunciation realm. Unfortunately, this was not the time to comprehend it. Thus, he could not think about it carefully. Early thought shattering, mid thought shattering, late thought shattering, peak thought shattering. Ning Fan's cultivation base continued to rise. Finally, he could feel the power of the thought fragmentation realm. The reason why thought-shattering old monsters were stronger than shedding void cultivators was not only because of the difference in cultivation level, but also because thought-shattering old monsters possessed Tao intent. They could fuse Tao intent into their divine arts and form Tao intent arts. In the past, Ning Fan had created the west wind technique when he was in the loneliness of falling leaves in the autumn. It was a technique of Tao sense. It shone brilliantly in the tomb competition and made Ning Fan famous. Tao sense was the key for thought-shattering cultivators to increase their cultivation. Ning Fan's cultivation base continued to rise. His cultivation base began to break through to the eternal ancient realm, which was after the third level of the true immortal realm. The eternal zero tribulation, the first tribulation, the second tribulation, the third tribulation, all the way until the ninth tribulation. As soon as his cultivation base entered the eternal ancient realm, the sovereign chi in his body began to fuse madly into his primordial spirit. After the fusion, his primordial spirit was dyed a faint golden color, and as his cultivation continued to rise, the golden color deepened. Eventually, Ning Fan's primordial spirit turned completely golden, just like most of the immortal emperors. A golden primordial spirit could only be possessed by immortal emperors. It was widely known in the world for being difficult to kill. At this moment, Ning Fan's chi was as strong as a 9 tribulation immortal emperor. However, his chi was still rising. In the end, it surpassed the range of the 9 tribulation immortal emperors and became as strong as a quasi-saint. Is this the power of a quasi-saint? It seems like there are still cultivation levels within the quasi-saint realm. Ning Fan was not clear about how the quasi-saint realm was divided. If he really wants to divide them, he could divide the quasi-saint realm into 3 steps. The weaker quasi-saints, like the old ancestor of the godly void pavilion, Xiang Bozi, and the quasi-saint of the purple clan who took away the Sen Luo skull, should be above the first step. Yi Nemo, on the other hand, was a quasi-saint who was at the peak of the 3rd step. Ning Fan raised his head and looked at Yi Nemo. The stronger his chi was, the more he could feel how terrifying Yi Nemo was. If his true cultivation base is compared to a drop of water, Yi Nemo's cultivation base would be like the rivers, lakes, and oceans, which were vast and unfathomable. However, no matter how strong Yi Nemo is, he has no reason to plot against me. Why would Ning Fan be afraid of fighting Yi Nemo? The eyeball monster controlled Ning Fan's body and took a step forward. 12 black full moons suddenly appeared in the night sky. After the 12 full moons appeared, Ning Fan's chi also reached the 3rd step of the quasi-saint realm. Yi Nemo, fight me! The eyeball monster roared. A wave of power that was extremely similar to the power of morning surged inside Ning Fan's body. If Ning Fan did not sense wrongly, what the eyeball monster was using was the morning black moon ability of the ancestral emperor of the northern heaven. Ning Fan also knew a little of the black moon ability. He had learned it in the world tree world in the lower realm. Compared to Ning Fan's ability, the eyeball monster's ability was obviously more complete. It also had the same destructive power against people other than spiritual puppets. As Ning Fan raised his hand and pressed it down, black moonlight immediately fell from the sky like thousands of raindrops. Ancient morning finger like rain. While possessing Ning Fan's body, the eyeball monster could slightly use Ning Fan's ability. It actually turned the moonlight in the sky into a sudden night rain and swept towards Yi Nemo. In the hands of the eyeball monster, this rain had terrifying power. A single drop of rain could kill a rogue immortal. 100 drops of profound ghost realm would die and 10,000 drops of Shikong void realm would die. The overwhelming rain was enough to severely injure all cultivators below the quasi-saint realm. It actually has a trace of the sovereign power of the Tao law of rain. Yin Mo's expression turned solemn. According to what he knew, the eyeball monster should only have one type of sovereign Tao law, and that was the Tao law of undying. After all, the undying void was still in the hands of the eyeball monster. If that's the case, the reason why the eyeball monster could use its power was because of Ning Fan. As the successor of ancient chaos, this young man's bone age was not high, but he had already cultivated a type of yin and yang. His aptitude was not bad. Unfortunately, this young man followed the wrong person. Following the right eye would only result in death. If the Morning King himself comes, I would still be a little afraid. Unfortunately, with you using the Black Moon technique, it's useless no matter how many raindrops you turn into. Fire, come. Yin Mo opened his mouth and breathed out a stream of grey qi. As soon as the grey qi appeared, it turned into a sea of fire that covered half of heaven and earth. Before the raindrops could reach them, they were directly evaporated by the sea of fire. The immense fire primordial power made Yin Mo flicker in the flames, making it hard to see him clearly. At this moment, Yin Mo seemed to have become the king of fire between heaven and earth. Wherever his gaze landed, everything could be incinerated with just a single thought from him. This is the sovereign power of the Tao of fire. Miao Yan's beautiful face turned slightly pale. Just now, Yin Mo's gaze swept across her body from afar. All of a sudden, her primordial spirit actually felt a burning pain. Even her body felt like it was on fire. It was as if Yin Mo could burn her into ashes with just a single gaze. It was as if she was spared from death only because Yin Mo did not want to kill her. She was an immortal revered in the past 10,000 years. However, she did not even have the strength to withstand Yin Mo's gaze. How could this man be so strong? Zhu Gong was equally shocked. The strength that Yin Mo displayed was probably not much weaker than his first master, Zhu Li. Zhu Li was one of the top 10 immortal emperors under Zido. If Yin Mo was in the ancient times, even if he could not be ranked among the top 10 immortal emperors, he would probably not be too far away from it. Hiss, the sea of flames spread all the way. Very soon, it approached Miao Yan and Zhu Gong's location. In front of this sea of flames, the two of them actually did not have the strength to resist at all. They will die, this place is too dangerous. Send them out of the 9 heavens imperial court. I will help you kill Yin Mo. It's enough. Ning Fan said to the eyeball monster in his mind. The eyeball monster had the same plan. Miao Yan and Zhu Gong could no longer help him by staying here. Instead, there was a high possibility that they would be accidentally killed by the sea of flames. It was meaningless for them to stay here. It controlled Ning Fan's body and abruptly flicked its sleeve, sweeping towards Miao Yan and Zhu Gong. At the next moment, Miao Yan and Zhu Gong were directly thrown out of the 9 heavens imperial court by the eyeball monster's great ability, returning to the broken wilderness. Your heart is the same as Dong Wang's. You are too weak. They are just a few ants. If they die, then so be it. Why do you want to save them? Only the weak will show mercy to others. Yin Mo scoffed disdainfully. Then, he clasped both of his palms together. 2 gigantic grey flame palms instantly appeared in the sea of flames, closing towards Ning Fan. Yu Ruzhan. The eyeball controlled Ning Fan's body and pointed a finger at him. Countless black threads immediately twisted into a bundle and turned into a black halberd. With a horizontal slash, not only did it destroy the 2 flaming palms, but it also extinguished the entire sea of flames. At the same time, the entire sky of the 9th level of the Heaven Imperial Court was cut in half. Bang! 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 The ceiling of the 9th level of the Heavenly Imperial Court began to collapse. Countless rocks and spatial fragments fell from the sky. The shattered void storm howled in this place. The scenery of the outside world was revealed to him, and the sky above him was, without a doubt, the sky of the shattered wildlands. This attack actually opened up a path between the sky and the outside world. It was enough to show how terrifying it was. This black halberd was extremely similar to the battle-will divine ability of the art of god of war, the Battle King halberd. However, its power was thousands of times stronger. This black halberd was a divine ability that the eyeball borrowed from Ning Fan's yin-yang battle technique and condensed the moonlight of the black moon. Another sovereign Tao law, Yin Mo's expression became more serious. Dark moon. The eyeball did not give Yin Mo any chance to catch his breath. With a swipe of its huge hand, the entire world was plunged into darkness. It was the purest darkness. Yin Mo's eyes widened in shock. In this darkness, his 5 senses were actually deprived. He could not even sense his spirit sense. There was no way he could predict where the right eye would attack from. A battle of magic power between cultivators was ever-changing. A single moment of carelessness could result in death. An unprecedented sense of crisis appeared in Yin Mo's heart. He did not dare to be careless. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood at the cost of damaging himself. The blood turned into grey moonlight, dispersing all the darkness. However, he was still one step too late. Before his 5 senses had recovered, the attack of the eyeball had already reached him. The halberd of battle-will that was powerful enough to split the sky into halves struck his body. Yin Mo, who had always been arrogant, was severely injured by the halberd of battle-will in just a moment. His clone was directly cut into 2 by the halberd of battle-will. Bit by bit, it dissipated in the air. The remaining halberd light swept across the sky. The entire 9th level of the Heaven Imperial Court was cut in half again, exposing it to the outside world. Has Yin Mo been killed? The eyeball was extremely excited. Be careful. His chi is still here. He's not dead. Ning Fan reminded in his mind. Ning Fan had already completed the last step of the cultivation of the yin-yang rain technique. The rain of heaven and earth was his spirit sense. In terms of sensing ability, it was even better than the eyeball. Sure enough, as Ning Fan had expected, a stone statue of a sense fragmentation realm cultivator in the vast stone forest suddenly broke into 2 halves with a cracking sound. A grey shadow walked out from it. If it wasn't Yin Mo, who else could it be? What a strange ability. The eyeball's eyes widened in shock. He believed that his attack just now did not miss its target. By relying on Ning Fan's power of yin-yang to launch a sneak attack, he did not even give Yin Mo the time to activate the Feather of Tribulation to protect himself. That attack was definitely enough to kill Yin Mo. Why did it fail? There's actually a 3rd type of power at the Sovereign Realm. Moreover, it's the Tao of Darkness which is rather difficult to deal with. I was too careless. If it wasn't because my lord gave me the stone substitution technique, even if I don't die this time, I'm afraid I would have been severely injured by you. Yin Mo said with a pale face. The broken stone statue belonged to a cultivator that he had captured alive earlier. If it wasn't because he had set up a trap in advance, that cultivator would have been severely injured by the eyeball's halberd. Stone substitution technique. He actually learned this secret technique without my knowledge. The eyeball's heart sank. The stone substitution technique was an extremely ancient secret technique. It could be used to avoid certain death. The higher the grade of the stone substitution technique, the greater the danger it could avoid. Most of the techniques circulated in the cultivation world were low-grade stone substitution techniques. They were useless to high-level cultivators. However, one thing was for sure. The technique that Yin Mo used was certainly not some low-grade stone substitution technique. How could it be a low-grade stone substitution technique if it could avoid the full-force attack of a 3rd-level quasi-saint? There were a lot of stone statues in this stone forest. Among them, there were 23 stone statues that still had life chi. The eyeball calculated inwardly. A secret technique of the stone substitution technique must use a living person as a substitute. In other words, if I don't destroy the 23 stone statues of life here, even if I kill Mo, he can still use the stone substitution technique 23 times to avoid death. In order to kill Mo, I must first destroy all 23 stone statues in this place. The eyeball controlled Ning Fan's body. With a flash, he directly appeared in front of one of the stone statues of life. Then, he raised his hand and tried to break the stone statue. Mo smiled coldly and let the eyeball do whatever it wanted. The eyeball's technique landed on the fragile stone statue, but it could not break it at all. A dignified third-level quasi-saint actually could not destroy a mere stone statue. This is a secret technique that my lord has given me. The conditions to use it are extremely harsh, but the effect is also excellent. With your cultivation base, you won't be able to destroy the stone statue without a heaven-opening treasure. I can still die 23 times. How many times can you die? Bone sacrifice realm. Mo broke his own finger bone again and summoned the white bone cudgel. With a supreme treasure and 23 lives, how could he lose to a mere right eye? Today, the right eye must become one with him. As for Ning Fan, he must also become the body that I possess. Perfect. This young man's physical body is too perfect. Not only does he possess the 4 types of power of divine, demon, devil and tribulation, but he also has the identity of the 10th barbarian god. Once I possess this young man's body, I will be able to escape from this place and devour his 36 Xing mountains. Mo licked his lips. He wanted to crush the right eye and Ning Fan with his absolute strength and make them feel despair. Without a heaven-opening treasure, I won't be able to break these stone statues. A heaven-opening treasure. Humph. That's a supreme treasure that even a saint would find hard to obtain. The right eye had only separated from me after I arrived at the Heaven Imperial Court. All these years, I have been staying in the Heaven Imperial Court. How can I obtain a heaven-opening treasure? Right now, the right eye should be in despair, right? You clearly have the chance to kill me. Unfortunately, I have so many stone statues that can substitute me. How are you going to kill me? Right eye, if you surrender now and serve me again, I can forgive your past sins and preserve a trace of your spiritual consciousness. Mo said in a condescending tone. Bullshit. Do I need to surrender to you? Are you kidding me? Stinking brat, lend me your heaven-opening artifact. The eyeball scolded while controlling Ning Fan's body. The shadow of a god-destroying giant appeared outside his body. The golden giant enveloped Ning Fan within it as if he had the strongest defense in the world. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, the god-destroying shield was enough to defend against all attacks below the 9 tribulations realm. If the eyeball's cultivation base was at the 3rd level quasi-sage realm, its defense would undoubtedly be even more terrifying. Humph. As long as I summon the god-destroying giant, the eyeball believes that unless Mo uses his strongest trump card, he definitely won't be able to break this shield. Smash them. Smash them hard. Don't leave a single one alive. The eyeball gave an order in a deep voice. The golden giant that was protecting his body immediately threw a fiery punch at the stone forest below. Wherever the punch landed, golden flames would burn. As soon as the eyeball monster summoned the god-destroying giant, Mo had a bad feeling. When he saw that the golden armored giant could actually trigger the might of heaven-opening treasure, Mo's expression turned into complete astonishment. It's actually the power of a heaven-opening treasure. How is this possible? Wait. This item is. Where did you get it from? In the end, Mo recognized the god-destroying shield of the ancient country and became even more astonished. As the 9th barbarian god, how could he not know about the god-destroying shield? This was a supreme treasure that could be ranked 19th on the heaven-opening ranking. It was enough to make any fourth-step immortal emperor drool. With this treasure in my right eye's hands, the stone statues in the stone forest would be in danger. You ask me. Who else would I ask? How would I know where that brat got this supreme treasure from? The eyeball was even more curious than Mo, all right. He was famous for his curiosity. Only God knew how shocked he was when he told Ning Fan about the plan and found out that Ning Fan actually had the god-destroying shield with him. He was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. When I asked Ning Fan, he did not even tell me how he got the god-destroying shield. Instead, he even kept it a secret. Damn it. Forget it. It's fine as long as it's useful. I'll get rid of Mo first. I'll ask Ning Fan about the origin of the god-destroying shield in the future. The golden-armored giant swung his fist, directly enveloping the remaining stone statues. Seeing that all the stone statues were about to be destroyed, Ning Fan's voice rang in his mind at the right time. Wait. Leave a few stone statues. Don't smash them. Chapter 949. He couldn't destroy all 23 life stone statues. First of all, the statue of the seventh forefather could not be smashed. When the seventh forefather was turned into a stone statue by Mo, his storage bag was also petrified along with him. There was still the aura of the souls of the 700,000 barbarians in the storage bag. If this stone statue was smashed, the storage pouch that had been petrified would shatter, and the storage pouch would be lost in the endless void, unable to be retrieved. The stone statue of the seventh ancestor must be left behind for the time being. Other than the seventh ancestor, there were also some other stone statues that Ning Fan recognized. Ao Xian, Lu He and the other 3 barbarian ancestors of the Fan family. Ning Fan did not care whether he saved them or not. However, Ning Fan saw the stone statues of Mounzi and the 2 Broken Sense Realm commanders under Lu He's command. Mounzi. This person took advantage of the great calamity of the desolate world to rescue people and seize their treasures. He even foolishly looked for Ning Fan. However, he was spared by Ning Fan because he had a deep relationship with the Black Devil sect. Ning Fan did not have a good impression of Mounzi. To him, this person was just a passerby. However, for the sake of the Black Devil sect, Ning Fan did not mind saving this person. As for the other 2 Broken Sense commanders, their names seemed to be Ting Nan and Ting Bei. I can't remember their names clearly. To Ning Fan, they were just passers-by. However, the 2 of them had once led a group of people to protect Xiao Dai, and the others during the battle against the 6 ancestors of the Fan family. For this reason, Ning Fan did not mind saving the 2 of them. Through the connection between their minds, Ning Fan transmitted his thoughts to the eyeball monster. The strange eyeball secretly cursed in its heart. Even so, it still obeyed Ning Fan's instructions and controlled its strength slightly, avoiding the stone statues of the 7th ancestor, Mounzi, Ting Nan and Ting Bei. Bang! 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 The stone statues were brutally smashed into pieces by the eyeball monster. In the blink of an eye, there were only 4 stone statues left standing alone outside the stone forest. The golden-armored giant then opened its mouth and swallowed the remaining 4 stone statues, disappearing without a trace. These 4 stone statues were still alive. After this battle, there might be a way to remove the petrification. Mo's face turned ashen. Of course, he couldn't use the destroyed stone statue anymore. The stone statue that was swallowed by the golden-armored giant had also cut off the connection with him. Was this the power of the heaven-opening artifact? Old Ghost Mo. You didn't expect this, did you? The right eye that you once regarded as a burden can actually surpass you one day. The eyeball monster controlled the golden-armored giant, holding the golden shield in its hand to protect the front. Like a cannonball, it charged towards Enmo. Wherever the giant passed, one could only see a beam of golden light whizzing past. Under the impact of the tremendous force, the entire space of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court became unstable, as if it was about to collapse. Enmo's expression changed, and he swung the bone club with both hands, smashing it towards the golden armored giant. When the two collided, it was Enmo who was sent flying by the giant, vomiting blood. Was this the power of a second-step cultivator? That feeling was like being hit by tens of thousands of cultivation planets. Aside from a cultivator whose body had reached the Saint Realm, who could withstand this kind of impact? Bang, bang, bang. Bang him to death for this old man. Under the control of the eyeball monster, the golden armored giant once again crashed into Enmo. Its expression was indifferent and emotionless, looking at Enmo as if he was an ant. Enmo didn't dare to resist the collision of the golden armored giant. Without a word, he turned around and left, but was still caught by the giant. He was directly hit in the back and flew out of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court while vomiting blood. Along the way, he destroyed countless palaces and buildings. He flew to the wilderness outside the Imperial Court before he barely managed to stabilize himself. He was covered in blood and looked extremely pathetic. It was only 2 collisions, but extremely serious injuries had already appeared in Enmo's body. While he was shocked, he was also extremely angry. He actually suffered losses in the hands of a mere right eye one after another. It was really a great shame. A great shame. Seeing that Enmo had flown out of the heavenly palace, the eyeball monster hurriedly controlled the golden armored giant and chased him all the way to the wild void outside the heavenly palace. Without giving Enmo time to breathe, it once again collided with Enmo. Its action was brutal and overbearing. Seeing the golden armored giant colliding with him for the 3rd time, Enmo was so angry that he laughed. He waved his hand, and the phenomenon of 9 mountains and 8 seas appeared in the world. Between the 9 mountains and 8 seas, a 1,000-foot tall stone tree grew strangely, and gray immediately filled the entire wilderness. In just an instant, one wilderness world after another was dyed gray by Enmo's divine ability. Enmo even roared into the sky, and the power of his roar instantly formed the divine ability. Wherever the roar passed, the sky was petrified, and space fragments fell like gravel. That roar was too shocking. Whether it was Miaoyan or Candlebow, even if they were very far away, their chi was also shaken by this roar. Those demon cultivators and humans far away in the wilderness also heard this roar. Those cultivators whose cultivation base was lower than Duzhen's were directly knocked unconscious by this roar that crossed realms. Even void-shedding experts would also be injured by this roar. What kind of powerful divine ability is this? Who is making such an angry roar? They couldn't understand, couldn't think. One after another, cultivators vomited blood and fell to the ground, unconscious. In the human encampment in the wilderness, immortal concubine Zhang Yu used all her remaining strength to activate her divine ability, carefully protecting immortal Loli, Zhao Dai, and the others from being hurt by the roar. If it wasn't for her quick reaction, Zhao Dai, and the others would most likely be injured by this sudden roar. Immortal Loli was fine as she was silly and did not know that a world-shaking battle was taking place in the distance. She only wondered who made such an unpleasant roar. However, immortal concubine Zhang Yu could clearly feel that the person who roared was actually a 3rd-level quasi-saint. A 3rd-level quasi-saint. Even when she was at her peak, she could only look up to such a strength. There's actually a 3rd-level quasi-saint using his divine ability in that direction. This is bad. That little thief seems to be in that direction. Will he be fine? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu bit her lips anxiously. She was actually worried about Ning Fan's safety. How could she not be worried? She was Ning Fan's slave. If he dies, she would also have to die with him, alright? Ah. I hope that little thief will have a safe journey and live a long and boundless life. I hope you won't get involved in any trouble." Unfortunately, Zhang Yu did not know that Ning Fan was not just involved in trouble. He was actually the troublemaker. Yin Mo's roar was directed at Ning Fan. The others were only affected by the roar, but Ning Fan was affected by the full force of the roar. The golden-armored giant was about to collide with Yin Mo. However, when it was shaken by the roar, it paused in midair as if it was struck by a heavy blow. Seeing that it had stopped the giant's attack, Yin Mo did not have the time to feel happy when the giant raised its head to look at the moon. Then, it glared at the void and let out a similar roar. Its roar was actually stronger than Yin Mo's roar. Bang! 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 The 9 mountains and 8 seas and the stone trees that Yin Mo conjured all crumbled under the giant's roar. With the power of the roar, the giant broke free from the restraints of Yin Mo's roar and charged at Yin Mo again. Caught off guard, Yin Mo was knocked away for the 3rd time and coughed out blood. His chi became even weaker. I'm no match for him. I'm no match for him at all. Yin Mo was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that the eyeball monster who possessed the heaven-opening treasure was terrifyingly strong. Old man Yin Mo, when you betrayed Big Brother Undying and broke your oath, have you ever thought that such a day would come? The voice of the eyeball monster had just sounded when the golden-armored giant knocked Yin Mo away for the 4th time. This time, even the white bone cudgel had several cracks on it, and its power was greatly reduced. If you did not open the formation of the Ni Chen Si, if you did not lead the wolf into the house, how could the Purple Do immortal region be so easily breached by the tribulation spirit race? Are you worthy of Big Brother Undying's trust? The eyeball monster roared and knocked Yin Mo away for the 5th time, causing the white bone club to break into 2 pieces and fall into the endless void, disappearing without a trace. That day, you knelt in front of Undying and swore an oath. Do you still remember? Yin Mo could not answer at all. He was knocked away for the 7th time and coughed out blood. His expression became more and more ferocious. The Purple Do immortals are above, and I cultivate Yin Mo. Since I was born by the Venerable Emperor, I will naturally inherit the will of the Venerable Emperor. Although I am an evil corpse, I will definitely be upright and have a clear conscience of the world and Purple Do. From now on, I will live as Purple Do and die as Purple Do. If I break this oath, I will be punished by the heavens. You may have forgotten these words, but I have not. I dare not forget. Bang! 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 Yin Mo tried to fight back, but his divine ability was unable to harm the golden-armored giant in the slightest. He was knocked away again and again by the giant, and his avatar started to collapse. It was not only Yin Mo's avatar that started to collapse, countless vermilion cracks appeared in the sky as well. A crack had actually appeared in the seal of the heaven-sealing immortal edict. On that day, Miao Yen and Lu He had used the power of the heaven-sealing immortal edict to seal the entire desolate land, causing it to shatter into countless worlds. The strength of the seal was sufficient to stop over 100 immortal emperors outside the desolate land. But at this moment, the power of the seal was actually faintly unable to suppress the eyeball monster and Yin Mo's power. It could not suppress them, it could not suppress them. The power of the god-slaying shield surpassed the heaven-sealing immortal edict by too much. It was only a matter of time before the heaven-sealing immortal edict collapsed. I am your right eye, you are Yin Mo, and I am Yin Mo as well. You made a mistake, so it is most appropriate for me to give you punishment. You broke your oath and betrayed the Purple Do immortal region, causing the Purple Do immortal region to fall into the flames of war. This is the first sin. You killed your companions in exchange for the position of the barbarian god. This is the second sin. You used the evil corpse to go against your true self, causing Big Brother Bu Si to die with hatred. He was suppressed under the Ninely Mountain and could not be resurrected. This is the third sin. Traitor Yin Mo, do you know your sins? Bang! Yin Mo was like a pile of mud. After being hit by the golden-armored giant, he fell into the endless void and was on the verge of death. However, the look in his eyes was more sinister than any other time in his life. Nemo gritted his teeth and continued to counterattack the golden-armored giant. Nemo casually used one divine ability after another, but it was a pity that he was unable to hurt the giant at all. More rumbling sounds could be heard, and more vermilion cracks appeared in the void. In the end, the heaven-sealing immortal edict completely collapsed. At this moment, the countless shattered worlds of the desolate land began to piece together and reassemble into a complete world. It was exactly the same as the previous 42 desolate lands of the ancient desolate land. Of course, after being reassembled, the landscape of the ancient desolate land was very different from before. It was a scene of devastation, with ruins, broken corpses, and bloodstains everywhere. After a great calamity in the desolate land, there were not many living beings left in the desolate land. It was a desolate and dilapidated scene. The heaven-sealing immortal edict actually disappeared in advance. Why did this happen? In the outside world, many immortal emperors of the two races were shocked. Even more immortal emperors were only shocked for a short moment before they madly rushed into the desolate land. By my order, the ancient passage must not fall into the hands of the demon race. If any demon race tries to seize the passage, kill them without mercy. By my order, we must seize the ancient passage at all costs. If any human race tries to hinder us, kill them without mercy. Two murderous orders came at the same time. They were the orders of the heaven-connecting ancient emperor and the true dragon clan leader. After the orders, the two of them followed the large group of immortal emperors into the desolate land. The place where they appeared was not far from the Nine Heavens imperial court. However, before the immortal emperors could fight for the passage, many of them were affected by the tyrannical battle fluctuations and were sent flying backward. They looked extremely miserable. There were people fighting in this place. What kind of battle fluctuations could send immortal emperors flying so easily? The immortal emperors of the two races looked up and saw an unbelievable scene. Outside the Nine Heavens imperial court, a 1,000 feet tall golden-armored giant roared as he rampaged. Like a cannonball, he knocked another old monster over and over again, sending him flying backward while vomiting blood. The immortal emperor who was knocked flying tried to fight back. He casually waved his hand and used his great ability to severely injure immortal emperors and quasi-sages. However, he could not hurt the giant at all. Third-level quasi-sage. That gray-shadowed old man and the giant in golden armor are both third-level quasi-sages. Two third-level quasi-sages appeared in the Nine Heavens imperial court. Are they also here for the ancient passage? That gray-shadowed old man seems to be the expert who injured us with a roar. But that giant in golden armor, who is he? That giant has such a terrifying physical body. He can actually suppress the other third-level quasi-sage. I'm afraid that even a sixth tribulation immortal emperor can't. Bang! The last one to speak was an eighth tribulation immortal emperor. Before he could finish his words, he was hit by a beam of golden light head-on. His physical body exploded into a bloody mist. Only his golden primordial spirit escaped by a hair's breadth. He could not help but tremble. Not only him, but also the Tongtian ancient emperor and the true dragon clan leader. All the other immortal emperors were terrified. What kind of power is this? He could destroy the physical body of an eighth tribulation immortal emperor with just a casual hit. Even an ordinary third-level quasi-saint would not be able to do this so easily. He missed, huh? The eyeball monster glanced at the pitiful eighth tribulation immortal emperor and did not care about him. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame his bad luck. He was fighting with Nemo, but this person insisted on entering the range of the giant in golden armor. Who could he blame for destroying his physical body? Back off. Don't interfere with my work. The eyeball monster ordered the immortal emperors of the two races. Although he was usually extremely wretched, at this moment, his voice was full of supreme majesty. Like a clap of thunder, it exploded in the ears of the immortal emperors, shaking their auras. Many immortal emperors immediately retreated for thousands of miles, afraid that they would be involved in the shockwaves again and lose their physical bodies. There were also many immortal emperors who were gloomy and did not want to retreat, including the Tongtian ancient emperor and the true dragon clan leader. Your Excellency, the two of them were about to straighten their backs and say something to the eyeball monster, but unfortunately, before they could finish, they were locked by another cold killing intent. Humph, I was worried that I could not win against the right eye due to my injuries. After eating you guys, I should be able to recover a lot. Puff. The 12 experts who did not retreat were shrouded in grey light before they could react. The Tongtian ancient emperor, the true dragon clan leader, and the other experts reacted quickly. Seeing that the situation was not good, they immediately retreated, their hearts beating rapidly. The other 3 immortal emperors were only at the 6th tribulation immortal realm. Before they could react, their bodies were petrified in the grey light. Bang! 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 After 3 explosions, the 3 of them turned into gravel and exploded. Only their golden primordial spirits and demon souls escaped by a hair's breadth. Do you think you can escape? Nemo sneered. He could not win against the right eye, but he could win against these juniors. With a flick of his finger, 3 rays of grey light shot into the primordial spirits and demon souls of the 3 immortal emperors at lightning speed. 3 shrill screams resounded in the sky, and a strong murderous aura spread across the desolate land. The 3 immortal emperors were dead. The primordial spirits of the immortal emperors who were known for being difficult to kill, could not withstand one move from Nemo. Nemo opened his mouth and swallowed the 3 primordial spirits and demon souls, which had turned grey, directly into his stomach. His injuries were healed by more than half, and his aura had also increased by a lot. Wherever his eyes swept across, the immortal emperors of the 2 races let out a gasp. Their fear of Nemo rose to an unprecedented level in an instant. The immortal emperors were the peak experts of the 4 heavens and demon heavens. All of them were peerless figures, but they could not withstand one move from Nemo. Who is this person? Is he also here to fight for the ancient passage? Which force does he belong to? The number of third-rank quasi-saints in the world could be counted with one's fingers. Is this person an elder of the secret race? Or is he an ancient ferocious demon sleeping in the dream world of the demon spirits? Third-rank quasi-saint. Such a cultivation base is almost undefeatable, bang. Nemo, who was deemed undefeatable by the immortal emperors, did not have the time to continue killing. He groaned and was knocked away by a ray of golden light. He vomited blood and flew for a few hundred li before he managed to stabilize himself. Is he really undefeatable? The little person in the eyeball monster's heart smiled but did not say anything. Humph, all of you juniors, get lost. If you are eaten by Nemo, it will help him recover from his injuries and increase his aura. That is not good. Under the control of the eyeball monster, the golden armored giant stared coldly at the immortal emperors of the 2 races. He did not care whether these people were dead or alive. He just did not want them to be eaten by Nemo. Chapter 950. So the name of the grey-shadowed old man is Nemo. Hearing this, all the immortal emperors didn't dare to disobey the order of the strange eyeball. They retreated again. This time, everyone retreated 10,000 li away, but they still felt that it wasn't safe enough. The 3rd stage quasi-saint named Nemo was too powerful. He could kill immortal emperors as if he was playing with them. How could they not hide further away? Of course, the golden armored giant was even more powerful than Nemo's. Some immortal emperors who were familiar with the ancient secrets frowned. They vaguely felt that the name Nemo sounded familiar. It seemed that he had appeared in the ancient history before. However, few people knew what Nemo had done. The Tongtian ancient emperor and the true Dragon Clan patriarch were the most familiar with the ancient history. When they heard the name Mo, their expressions changed. Obviously, they knew who Mo was. Mo. Could this be that person? The ancient great cultivator who betrayed the Purple Do immortal domain and joined the mortal world. An ancient great cultivator. Even if he wasn't a third-step saint, his strength was close to that of a saint. They didn't expect such a big change to happen in the desolate land this time. The ancient great cultivator who had been sealed in the history had actually appeared. If this news was spread out, it would shock everyone. The Tongtian ancient emperor and the Tongtian ancient emperor recalled the description of Mo in the ancient scroll and compared it with the gray-shadowed figure in front of them. Gradually, their guesses were confirmed. They couldn't be wrong. This gray-shadowed old man's appearance and abilities were very similar to those in the ancient scroll. It was very likely that he was Mo. However, who was the other golden-armored giant? This person was stronger than Mo. It was impossible for him to be a nobody. This person's true body seemed to be hiding in the golden-armored giant to kill and injure his enemies. This kind of ability was simply unheard of in the illusory world. Could it be that this person was also an ancient great cultivator? Right eye. Don't be too full of yourself. When I devour a few more immortal emperors, I will definitely be able to recover from the great tribulation of surplus and defeat you. Mo revealed his ferocity. If he wasn't at his weakest moment, he wouldn't be suppressed by the right eye. After a series of exchanges, Mo could vaguely tell that the heaven-opening tool in the right eye was not complete. It seemed to be only a fragment. It's just a fragment. I might still have a chance to turn the tide. As soon as he stabilized his body, Mo's figure immediately flickered. Heaven and earth rippled, and he directly disappeared from where he stood. The eyeballs snorted coldly and controlled the golden-armored giant to crash into a place where there was no one around. Mo fell out along with spatial fragments, but he gritted his teeth and disappeared again. This time, the ripples that appeared under Mo's feet were much more numerous than before. Where did he go? The eyeball's eyes narrowed. This time, he was unable to accurately sense where Mo had gone. Dong! 9,710 li. In his mind, Ning Fan revealed Mo's current location. In that direction stood two burly men with bare upper arms. Their bodies were covered in lightning scales. They were immortal emperors from the Thunder Mantis clan, and both of them had sixth tribulation cultivation. Just as Ning Fan finished his words, Mo's figure suddenly appeared behind the two burly men and gave them a cruel smile. Descendants of the great monster Laze. I'll be taking your monster souls. Bang! Bang! Two loud noises resounded. Before the two immortal emperors of the Thunder Mantis clan could react, they were already hit by Mo's grey light. Their physical bodies were petrified and shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Only their monster souls managed to escape in fear. Unfortunately, before they could get far, Mo opened his mouth and directly devoured them. Another two demon sovereigns had fallen. Each of the immortal emperors was greatly shocked. How would they dare to split up in groups of 3 to 5? All of them gathered together, ignoring the grudges between the human race and the demon race. They were unprecedentedly united as they were afraid that Mo would sneak an attack on them and kill one of them. The eyeball sighed inwardly. He controlled the golden-armored giant to turn into a ray of golden light that pierced through the sky, sending Mo flying once again. This time, however, Mo's injuries were obviously lighter than the previous few times. After eating 5 immortal emperors in a row, not only was his injuries almost healed, but his chi had also skyrocketed. No. It was not skyrocketing. It was recovering. Mo's peak state was far stronger than what he was now. Right now, he was just at his weakest state due to the great tribulation of deficiency. If he recovers to his peak state, he might not be afraid of the right eye. He still needed to eat more immortal emperors in order to recover his peak state. A flock of sheep is still just a flock of sheep. There are still 104 of them. Mo, who was flying backwards, forcefully stabilized his body. Then, he disappeared in a flash. This time, the eyeball already knew where Mo had gone without Ning Fan telling him his location. He directly rushed towards the place where the immortal emperors were gathered. It's too late. You can't save them. Fire, come. As soon as Mo's voice resounded, a pillar of fire rose from the center of the immortal emperors. Many immortal emperors with profound cultivation bases immediately retreated in all directions when they saw the pillar of fire. However, most of them did not have the time to retreat. Undying Devil Statue, appear. Mo took a step out from the pillar of fire. He put his palms together and the blazing gray flames instantly turned into a stone statue of a man in Taoist robes. It was the statue of the undying Great Emperor. As soon as the statue appeared, the undying devil chi instantly covered the entire sky like a black mist. Under the devil chi, each of the immortal emperors fell into an illusory technique. Their faces were filled with confusion. Only a small number of immortal emperors whose cultivation bases had reached the 9th tribulation of eternity managed to escape from the illusory technique of the undying devil statue. Undying Devil Statue. This man can actually summon the undying devil statue. What exactly is the relationship between this man and the undying Great Emperor? Perhaps many immortal emperors were unfamiliar with the devils. However, there were very few immortal emperors who did not know about the undying devil statue. In the past, the strongest immortal emperor under immortal sovereign Zido, the undying Great Emperor, was an expert in one of his few divine abilities. One of them was called the Devil Statue Summoning Technique. This technique was recorded in many ancient scrolls. According to rumors, after the undying Great Emperor summoned the Devil Statue, he could trap all the enemy cultivators on the battlefield in an illusory technique. They would lose their vitality, slow down their speed and weaken their attacks and defenses. As for the cultivators on their side, they would be able to recover their vitality, increase their speed and increase their attacks and defenses. In a one-on-one battle, this divine ability was not considered powerful. However, it was definitely a great killing weapon on a large-scale battlefield. Of course, in this situation, this divine ability was also a great killing weapon. Mo had only summoned one devil statue, and 89 of the 104 immortal emperors were trapped in the illusory technique, unable to extricate themselves. When cultivators fought, a moment of distraction was enough to affect their life and death, let alone an illusory technique that they could not extricate themselves from. Those 89 people were in danger. Direct Death Devil Tree, appear. Mo muttered an incantation. The undying devil chi in heaven and earth immediately rolled back and enveloped the undying devil statue, turning it into a 10,000 zhang tall black stone vine tree. Countless vines shot out from the stone tree. The vines easily pierced through the bodies of the immortal emperors, hanging the 89 immortal emperors who had fallen into the illusion. This was the undying Great Emperor's divine ability. It was a divine ability that could be used to kill enemies with a higher cultivation realm. However, it was different from the original divine ability. This technique had been modified by Mo. Mo's cultivation base was already higher than the divine abilities of the immortal emperors here. With the modified undying divine ability, it was naturally easier for him to kill them. Unfortunately, his undying power was restrained by Ning Fan. When he fought against the right eye, he could not use the undying technique at all. Otherwise, he would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Humph! Do you want to devour the flesh and blood of these juniors with this devil tree? Dream on. Bang! A ray of golden light collided with Mo, who was sneering under the tree, sending him flying 10,000 li away. As for the direct death devil tree, it was controlled by Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan raised his hand and sent out a life-slaying sword light to cut it into two. As long as it was an undying divine ability, it would be afraid of the power of the life-slaying sword light. Only then did the 89 immortal emperors who were trapped on the devil tree break free from the illusory technique. Each of them was drenched in cold sweat. When they were controlled by the illusory technique, they could not move but they could sense what was happening outside. They knew that if it wasn't for the eye monster who acted in time, they would certainly have been killed by the strange direct death devil tree. Mo who could take down 89 immortal emperors in one go was really powerful. As for the eye monster who could cut down the direct death devil tree with a single slash, it was even more terrifying. Was this the battle between ancient great cultivators? It was not something that they, the doomsday immortal emperors, could intervene in. Right, I am indeed not your match now. However, if I want to kill someone, you won't be able to save me. Rot. Mo muttered a word in his heart. Before the 89 immortal emperors who were saved could feel happy, black chi billowed out from the wounds that were pierced by the devil tree along with a rotten smell. Their wounds were rotting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their life force was rapidly dissipating between heaven and earth. Their bodies were paralyzed and they could not move at all as if they were poisoned by the devil tree. The life force that the 89 immortal emperors lost was all replenished into Mo's body. Mo's injuries were finally healed and his chi became even stronger. Damn it! I can't stop my life force from flowing away. Move! Quickly move your body. One of the young immortal emperors was extremely shocked. Half of his body had been destroyed by the devil tree. The area of his wound was the largest among them and the speed at which his life force was flowing away was also the fastest among them. In just a breath's time, he had turned into a white-haired old man. In another breath's time, his flesh and blood had all rotted, revealing his white bones. In the third breath's time, even his demon soul had perished in the air and rotted into pus and blood. The sixth immortal emperor, dead. What kind of poison is this? I have cultivated my body for so many years but it can't stop the corrosion of this poison at all. Just a breath's time later than the young immortal emperor, another sturdy human body cultivator had a terrified expression as his primordial spirit rotted and died. The seventh immortal emperor, dead. Bang! The eighth immortal emperor's body exploded into a cloud of poisonous fog and died tragically. SSSS. The ninth immortal emperor melted into a pool of pus and died. The 10th, 11th, 12th, the eyeball monster was shocked. The undying demon statue definitely did not have such a terrifying poison. Mo actually made some changes to the original foundation of this technique. After the demon statue turned into a tree, its power was really terrifying. Mo, old man, you are so shameless. How dare you use such a vicious mystical ability on a group of juniors? You want to kill people to replenish your life force, don't even think about it. If you kill people, I will save them. The eyeball monster suddenly made a hand seal. Then, another giant appeared beside the golden-armored giant. It was a kind of cloning ability. It could split half of the main body's cultivation base and fuse it with the power of his clone. Clone, you keep him occupied. I will go and save them. Yes. The golden-armored clone answered. Then, it turned into a ray of golden light and charged at Mo. The clone only had half of the eyeball monster's cultivation base. It was much weaker than Mo. However, it had the ability of the god-exterminating shield. The clone could not hurt Mo while Mo could not kill the clone. Both of them were fighting each other and it was hard to tell who would win. As for the main body of the eyeball monster, he took the opportunity to exit the god-exterminating giant form and revealed his ghost-faced appearance. In a flash, he appeared in front of a hunchbacked old man. Without saying a word, he lifted his hand and pointed at the old man's glabella, shooting a ray of white sword light into the old man's body. This old man was a sixth tribulation immortal emperor. However, he could not get rid of the corrosive poison in his body. He could not even suppress it. However, the eyeball monster was different. He was using Ning Fan's body. The corrosive poison was actually the power of immortality. Therefore, it was restrained by Ning Fan's life-severing divine ability. When the sword light entered his body, the old man immediately felt as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. The corrosive power in his body was completely dispersed by the sword light. His life was saved. Junior Zhou Yunlong thanks Senior for saving my life. A dignified sixth tribulation immortal emperor actually cupped his fists at Ning Fan with tears of gratitude and addressed him as a junior. Unfortunately, Ning Fan was currently under the control of the eyeball monster. He could not be bothered to care about this immortal emperor at all. He grabbed the old man and threw him 1,000,000 li away like he was throwing a piece of trash. Humph! A bunch of fools. I told you to stay away but you refused to listen. This time, all of you better stay away from me. If you get killed again, I won't save you anymore. In a flash, the eyeball monster appeared in front of a middle-aged immortal emperor again. He dispersed the poison in his body with a finger and threw him 1,000,000 li away like a sandbag. He did not even give him a chance to thank him. One finger, one grab, one throw. One finger, one grab, one throw, one after another, the immortal emperors were saved by the eyeball monster. Among these immortal emperors, there were quite a number of bloodlines that the eyeball monster was familiar with. Zhu Li's descendant, Qi Tsang's descendant, Long Yan's descendant. This person is Yan Qiushui's descendant. The eyeball monster appeared in front of Yan Qiushui. Looking at her beautiful face, he felt nauseous as if he was recalling the unpleasant memories in the past. The ferocious demon Yan Qiushui was famous for her beauty. There were countless immortal cultivators who pursued her. The eyeball monster had once left Yin Mo's body temporarily to peep at Yan Qiushui when she was bathing. In the end, he saw her peeling off her human skin with his own eyes. The demon Yan clan was a clan of ugly monsters who wore the skin of beautiful humans. Damn it! In the past, when I peeked at Yan Qiushui, I was frightened by her true appearance. It left a serious psychological shadow in me. I must throw her descendant as far away as possible. Senior, save me. Yan Qiushui looked at the ghost-faced Ning Fan pitifully. However, she was surprised to see the strong disdain in his eyes. At the next moment, Ning Fan raised his hand and dispersed the poison in her body. Then, he threw her 10,000,000 li away. How much did he despise her that he would throw her 10 times further away than the others? The powerful force of the throw made Yan Qiushui's entire body hurt. She could not help but mutter inwardly. Did I offend this senior? He's so rough. He doesn't know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. This person cultivates the cultivation method of the Lost World Palace. Is he the successor of that little girl Yin Rong? The eyeball monster controlled Ning Fan's body and appeared in front of the old ancestor of the Lost World Palace. After removing the poison from her body, he gently threw her 1,000,000 li away. This scene was also captured by Yan Qiushui, who was 10,000,000 li away. This senior is rough to beautiful women but extremely gentle to ugly old women. Could it be that he actually has such a taste? I can't believe that there are still men in this world who don't love beautiful women but ugly women. It seems like I have to make an ugly human skin to charm those old monsters with special fetishes. After saving a few people, the eyeball monster appeared in front of Meng Xuanzi again. The poison in Meng Xuanzi, the tablet-wielding immortal emperor, was much more severe than the other cultivators. However, he seemed to have a unique treasure that suppressed the poison and did not die. He's quite an impressive junior. You. Very good. The eyeball monster controlled Ning Fan's body and praised Meng Xuanzi like an old man. Then, it swiftly threw him away. I didn't expect that I would actually save Meng Xuanzi one day. Ning Fan sighed inwardly. In the past, it was Meng Xuanzi who saved him when his spirit sense was trapped in the northern heaven. It was Meng Xuanzi who helped him when he killed a mortal spirit-severing realm cultivator. Today, it's my turn to save Meng Xuanzi. Does this mean that I've cleared my karma? After saving a few more people, the eyeball monster appeared in front of calamity-wielding immortal emperor. This was an extremely beautiful woman, the type that the eyeball monster liked. Upon seeing this beauty, the eyeball monster was immediately shocked. However, when he saw the woman's true form, he immediately felt a chill down his spine. Fu Li. I can't touch the women of the Fu Li race. It will harm my luck. The eyeball sighed in his heart. At this moment, he possessed Ning Fan's body. His thoughts were completely revealed to Ning Fan without any reservation. Is she, also from the Fu Li sect? There's no mistaking it. At such a close distance, Ning Fan could sense the qi of the Fu Li clan on immortal Emperor Zhang Jie's body. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's ancestral blood and his cultivation base that was comparable to an immortal venerable, he would certainly not be able to sense this trace of qi. Senior, you too. The tribulation-wielding immortal emperor's calm face suddenly changed. He almost blurted out the two words Fu Li. She had also sensed the Fu Li qi on Ning Fan's body. Because he was so close, he could feel it. Because he could feel it, he was shocked. So, he was looking forward to it, so there's actually another Fu Li with ancestral blood in this world. If that's the case, could it be him? Could it be him? The eyeball monster casually removed the poison from the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor's body and looked at him in disdain. He was about to throw this Fu Li bird 5 million li away in one go. At this moment, the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor suddenly spoke. His beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of expectation. In that expression, there was actually a kind of unforgettable longing, as if she had been waiting for a certain someone for a long time. People call me the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor, but not many people know my real name. Senior, have you ever seen a little Fu Li sect that fills the sea with a piece of wood? Her name is Little Dummy. Huh? What little dummy? Isn't it what the elite guards do to fill the sea with a piece of wood? Even the Fu Li sect has done that before. The eyeball monster's face was filled with question marks. He did not understand what the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor was trying to say. Without giving the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor a chance to speak, the eyeball monster threw the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor 5 million li away. He did not notice the bitterness on the corner of the tribulation-wielding immortal emperor's lips. It's not him, it's not. That day when the Fu Li clan was annihilated, he disappeared. I thought that he would be able to live until today and that there would be a day for us to meet again. But in the end, the reunion that I waited for didn't happen. Big brother, you said that we would meet again. You said it, big brother, where are you? In the current world, no one remembers that silly little Fu Li sect that fills the sea. In the current world, there will no longer be such a silly big brother who sits by the sea for 100,000 years, waiting for the butterfly to fly across the sea. My name is Ni Fan. I am Fu Li, but also not Fu Li. What I am looking at is not the sea but waiting. Waiting for a meeting with the butterfly. I am looking forward to whether the butterfly can fly across the sea or not. He will definitely come. Only then can it be perfect. It's just that this road is too difficult to walk. I have already waited for 42 times, but he still hasn't come. I'm afraid it will still take a long time for him to come. This time, he still hasn't come. I have to go. This time, it still can't be perfect. Little dummy, don't cry. We will meet again. I promise. Big brother, I miss you so much. I miss you so much. Little Li Sect's master is an immortal emperor who controls tribulation. His true form is a Fu Li sect. I see. Ning Fan was surprised, but he felt that it was reasonable. So they are a pair of Fu Li sect master and disciple. Is this their secret? Very quickly, 100 breaths passed. The eyeball monster had already rescued everyone. A total of 15 immortal emperors had died in Yin Mo's hands. Of course, most of them were low-level immortal emperors. No matter which clan the ancient passage ended up in, the two clans had suffered a great loss. Come back. The eyeball monster shouted, and the golden-armored clone immediately returned to its true form. After killing 15 immortal emperors in a row, Yin Mo's chi had greatly increased. Even though he had yet to return to his peak state, he was not far from it. He summoned the god-destroying giant once again to protect himself. The eyeball monster violently charged towards Yin Mo. However, the powerful impact only pushed Yin Mo back a few li away. The injuries he suffered were negligible. Even though I haven't returned to my peak state, it's barely enough for me to use that technique. Yin Mo's eyes were filled with killing intent. In order to break the defense of the eyeball monster's god-destroying shield, perhaps only that kind of attack could work. Immortal Gate, help me! Yin Mo shouted loudly. Immediately, the ancient stone gate that led to the heavenly desolate ancient realm in the Nine Heavens Imperial Court began to shake violently as if it was resonating with Yin Mo's technique. Yin Mo changed his hand seal again. The immortal gate immediately disappeared from the Imperial Court and appeared behind Yin Mo. It stood quietly in the sky, emitting a mighty aura force. I've been sealed here for countless years. I have to be suppressed by the immortal gate at all times. Even though I've suffered a lot, I've managed to form a connection with this gate by chance. It's enough for me to borrow a trace of its power. Can you withstand the immortal sovereign's finger? As soon as Yin Mo's voice fell, a large amount of purple light rushed out from the immortal gate. A wave of aura force that seemed to come from the ancient times suddenly descended. Heaven and earth began to tremble. The expression of the eyeball monster changed drastically for the first time. Chapter 951. Although the immortal emperors were millions of miles away from the sky, they were still trembling under the pressure of the purple light. The purple willpower kept coming out from the immortal gate. Under the influence of that willpower, there was only one color left in the world. Purple. 1 billion purple stars appeared in the purple sky one by one. Bathed in the starlight, a slightly illusory giant figure as tall as the sky appeared outside the immortal gate. The giant figure was wearing a purple robe and stood with his hands behind his back. No one could see his face clearly, but he had an indescribable elegance. He stood there as if he was above all the Tao laws in the world, as if he could reverse the flow of reincarnation in the world with just a thought. It was as if wherever he stepped on was the earth and he was, the sky. In front of this giant figure in purple, even the powerful first-level demi-sages like the ancient Emperor of Heaven and the true Dragon Clan felt small and insignificant. Some of the weaker immortal emperors couldn't even stand in front of this purple figure and involuntarily knelt down. This is. The immortal emperors were shocked. That immortal gate couldn't be wrong. It was the purpose of their trip, the ancient passage. That purple figure, that aura, that supreme might, couldn't be wrong. It was exactly the same as what was recorded in the scrolls of the major forces. Could it be, that was the shadow of immortal Emperor Zido? Yin Mo summoned the shadow of the immortal emperor to help. The immortal emperors couldn't see the appearance of the figure in purple because their cultivation was too low. The strange eyeball tried his best but could barely see the appearance of the person in purple. It was clearly the same as Yin Mo and not the appearance of immortal Emperor Zido, I see. Although this purple figure had a part of the pressure of Zido, it was just an illusion. This wasn't the real shadow of the immortal emperor. Yin Mo must have used some tricks to plunder part of Zido's immortal power from the immortal gate to cultivate such a fake purple figure. The strange eyeball heaved a sigh of relief. If it was the real shadow of Zido, even if it was just an illusion, it could also suppress a sage with a raise of its hand. There was absolutely no chance of winning. Fortunately, it was just an illusion. It could still fight. Right eye. You have the heaven-opening weapon. But I have the immortal gate. You can defeat me. However, the purple shadow suddenly raised his right hand and his index finger swept across the sky. Purple smoke suddenly swept in all directions. His index finger pressed down towards the heavens and the earth. It was a simple action, but it seemed like it could crush the heavens and the earth and destroy all living things with a single finger. Some immortal emperors with weaker cultivations directly coughed out blood from the pressure of this finger. Their expressions changed drastically. Even the ancient heavenly emperor and the true dragon clan leader gasped. Under the power of this finger, they felt the danger of certain death. He would die. If a first-level quasi-sage were to go against this finger, he would definitely die. Even a second or third-level quasi-sage would not be able to withstand the crushing power of this finger. The might of the finger spread throughout the wildlands, and all of the low-level cultivators, human and demon alike, felt like they were on the brink of destruction. It was as if this finger could destroy the entire wildlands with a single finger. How could there be such a terrifying ability in this world? I didn't expect that even a fake illusion would have such power. But a fake is a fake, it can never become real. Watch how I break your divine ability. The eyeball monster roared and controlled the golden-armored giant to crash toward Enemo. Enemo hurriedly activated his divine ability. The purple shadow immediately pressed the finger down on the golden-armored giant, blocking the momentum of the golden-armored giant's charge. The heavens and the earth suddenly darkened. A finger shadow that covered the sky blocked all the light, and as if it had descended from countless years ago, it pressed down fiercely. The power of the finger shadow was too strong. Just the purple wind pressure that swept across was enough to make the immortal emperors lose their balance. The golden-armored giant, who was in the center of the wind pressure, did not move. He raised his golden shield high and turned into a ray of golden light. He directly collided with the finger shadow that pressed down from the sky. The entire heavens and the earth were instantly filled with purple and golden light. The purple and golden light that shot out in all directions was too dazzling. Even the immortal emperors did not dare to look at it directly. They could only close their eyes. The destructive waves kept colliding and spreading. It was a battle between two peak powers, and it was hard to tell which was the winner. On one side, it was the power of a fake immortal emperor's finger. On the other side, it was the incomplete heaven-opening treasure. The two types of purple and golden energy collided hundreds of millions of times in just an instant. The sound of collapse was so deafening that it almost deafened the ears of the immortal emperors. In the midst of the sound of collapse, there were also cracking sounds. Then, another loud bang was heard. The collapse of this place had reached its peak. The destructive waves that were mixed with purple and golden light finally exploded. The fake immortal emperor's figure collapsed with a loud bang. Enmo's expression changed drastically. He could not believe that his divine ability was actually broken. Before he could react, he suffered a huge backlash. His entire body seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He spurted out blood and was sent flying. His chi was also rapidly weakening because of his severe injuries. The eyeball monster didn't fare any better. The golden-armored giant that was transformed from the god-destroying shield was also sent flying backward. It looked extremely miserable. Half of its golden body was destroyed. In the process of flying backward, it exploded completely, turning into rays of golden light and dissipating. In Ningfan's dantian, there was a crack on the god-exterminating shield. Its power was greatly reduced. Before it was repaired, it could not be used at all. The only thing that was gratifying was that the god-exterminating shield still protected Ningfan's physical body, preventing him from getting hurt. Compared to Enmo, who was severely injured, the golden-armored giant obviously had the upper hand in this attack. The fact proved that the fake immortal emperor's figure really could not defeat the real heaven-opening treasure. Senior Ghost Face actually won. He actually withstood the finger of the immortal emperor. Each of the immortal emperors looked at Ning Fan with incomparable shock. They did not know that it was just a fake finger of the immortal emperor. There was an ancient rumor that the finger of the immortal emperor could defeat 1 billion immortal emperors. Ning Fan actually withstood such a terrifying divine ability. Was this something that a second-step cultivator could do? Impossible. Even if you have a heaven-opening treasure, it's impossible for you to withstand the power of a finger from the strongest expert of the defying world. This is absolutely impossible. Nemo roared crazily. In order to use this finger, he had used up more than half of his cultivation base. Moreover, he was severely injured due to the backlash of his divine ability being broken. His strength was only left with less than 10% of his previous strength. However, this finger did not hurt the golden-armored giant at all. It only damaged its god-exterminating shield. He could not accept such a result. At this moment, his cultivation base was already damaged and his injuries were even more severe. He had almost no chance of winning. Perhaps, he would really be killed by the right eye. How could he be willing to be killed by the right eye? He had yet to take revenge on the Purple Doe immortal realm. He was not willing to accept it. His gaze shifted to the ancient immortal gate. Suddenly, a crazy thought appeared in his mind. This crazy thought quickly occupied his mind, making his eyes filled with bloodlust. He flipped his hand and took out a fiery red crow's feather. It was a very ordinary crow's feather. Other than its special color, there was no trace of immortal power coming from it. It seemed to be just an ordinary feather. However, if a sage was here, he would certainly be able to see the power of this crow's feather. Forget it. Since the 6 paths of primordial spirit that was sealed can't escape anymore. There was no need to escape. Destroy it. I'll help this primordial spirit clone. In my entire life, I dared to scheme against myself with the body of an evil corpse. I dared to disobey the immortal sovereign with my lowly body. I dared to fight against the entire Purple Doe immortal realm with my own strength. What I did was not to leave my name in history, but all of them were grand events that could shake the entire 3 realms. Who would have thought that one day, I, the great Nemo, would be trampled on by a mere right eye? Hateful. Hateful. Right eye, you can't kill me. You can't. There are 6 primordial spirits sealed here. I don't want them anymore. Today, I will escape with my primordial spirit clone and return to the mortal world. I already know the coordinates of this illusionary world. When I return to the mortal world, I will definitely ask the Lord to send 100,000 tribulation cultivators to massacre all living beings in this world. Just you wait. Nemo gritted his teeth and raised the crow's feather high up. At the same time, 6 scattered baleful auras came out from the sky. Nemo's 6 primordial spirits that were sealed were destroyed. This item was a life-saving item given to him by the Master of Tribulation Thoughts. It had, Grade 4 traversal power. It was because of the Grade 4 tribulation feather that he could survive under the seal of the Purple Doe immortal realm. It allowed a trace of his primordial spirit clone to pass through. This item was too arrogant. With his tribulation blood cultivation, he could not use this feather at all. However, after sacrificing the 6 primordial spirits, it was different. That's right. Nemo had already gone crazy. In order to escape with a trace of his primordial spirit and take revenge on the illusionary world, he did not hesitate to destroy the 6 primordial spirits and use them as a sacrifice. At this moment, if it was just a trace of his primordial spirit. With this tribulation feather, he could go anywhere in the world. Even if it was an unopened ancient immortal door, he could still enter it without the need of a key. As soon as the crow's feather soared into the sky, it immediately turned into a ray of red light. It swept Nemo up and directly rushed towards the immortal door. That red light was indescribably strange. The stone doors on the left and right of the immortal door were not opened at first. As Nemo approached, they suddenly rumbled and opened by themselves. This ancient era's passageway had actually been opened without the use of a key. As soon as the immortal door opened, what everyone saw was not the scenery of the ancient realm of heaven desolate. Instead, it was a passage with endless purple flames. Mo's body was wrapped in red light. He directly rushed into the passage and shuttled through the blazing purple flames. Strangely, he was not injured at all. Soon, he disappeared without a trace. He escaped. Not good. I always thought that the crow's feather that person gave Mo was just an ordinary life-saving feather. I didn't expect it to be a shuttle feather. I really didn't expect that Mo could actually ignore the rules set by immortal sovereign Zi-Do and directly open the immortal door with the power of this feather. He wanted to escape into the ancient realm of heaven desolate and return to the true world. He destroyed the rest of his primordial spirit and only left his primordial spirit. He was betting that his primordial spirit could successfully escape. The eyeball monster was greatly shocked. It controlled Ning Fan's body and wanted to chase after Mo into the immortal door. However, as soon as it approached the immortal door, it was forced back by the purple flames inside. The purple flames were too terrifying. On the surface, they seemed to be just ordinary flames. However, with the eyesight of a third-level quasi-sage, the eyeball monster could see that the purple flames contained extremely terrifying power which was enough to incinerate an incipient divine being. With the power of the shuttle feather, Mo escaped into the passage but the eyeball monster could not enter. The ancient passage is actually open. What's going on? Could it be that someone used the key? Ancient realm of heaven desolate. On the other side of the immortal door is the ancient realm of heaven desolate. According to the ancient scrolls, the place where we are now is just an illusory dream world. On the other side of the immortal door is the legendary true world. Even though we are Zi-Do immortal cultivators, if we conceal our identities, we might still be able to survive in the true world. There is a chance for us to become true saints there. The eyes of the surviving immortal emperors lit up. Many of them directly fled to the immortal door without saying a word. They came here to fight for the ancient passage. If they followed their previous plan, they would still need the key to open the door even if they managed to seize the passage. Now, however, it was different. They could directly enter the immortal door and save themselves a lot of trouble. It couldn't be better. These immortal emperors who rushed into the immortal door certainly noticed the purple flames inside. However, none of them paid attention to it. Firstly, with their cultivation bases, they could not see through the scariness of the purple flames. Secondly, after Mo escaped into the immortal door, didn't he easily pass through the seal of the purple flames? After being severely injured, Mo was only left with the cultivation base of a first-level quasi-sage. He was not much stronger than them. Mo could enter the immortal sect. As long as they were careful, they could do it too. Thus, the four immortal emperors of the human race and the demon race were the first to rush into the immortal gate, but immediately after, for cries of agony were heard. The moment the four immortal emperors stepped into the gate of immortality, he was directly burned to ashes by the purple fire in the door. Even his primordial spirit did not escape. This purple flame is actually so terrifying. Mo ran away. What should I do now? Ning Fan asked. We can't let him escape. This is no longer my problem alone. If he escapes back to the true world, he will definitely die. The coordinates of the illusory world plane in this place will definitely be leaked to the stealing spirits. The eyeball monster's heart was heavy. This illusory dream realm was the last paradise that immortal sovereign Zi-Do had left for the immortal cultivators. The reason why they were able to avoid the pursuit of the calamity race was not only because of the powerful seal outside the illusory dream realm but also because the coordinates of this illusory dream realm were extremely secretive. Very few people knew where it was. If the eyeball monster was allowed to return to the mortal world and leak the coordinates of this place to the tribulation spirit race, this world would definitely be destroyed by the tribulation spirit race. At that time, they only needed one tribulation spirit royal to arrive. It would be enough to destroy this world. The thoughts of the eyeball monster could not hide from Ning Fan's spirit sense. Ning Fan's heart immediately sank. If Nemo escapes, the illusory dream realm will be faced with a calamity. I can't let Nemo escape. However, the purple flames in the immortal door were just too powerful. Those who enter it would definitely die. He did not have the ability to rush into the passageway to chase after Nemo at all. Could it be that I can only watch Nemo escape and take revenge on the illusory dream realm? If this world is destroyed, all the people he loves will be killed by the Tai Tsung tribulation spirit. Ning Fan could not accept such an outcome. Brat. Don't be afraid. Things aren't that bad. The things you're worried about aren't that bad. The things that you are worried about will not appear. I will never let Nemo go. Because I am an immortal cultivator of Z-Do. You have done enough. This jade box is for you. If I die in the passageway, open it 24 hours later. Inside is a small gift from me, burn. The eyeball monster suddenly shouted. All of a sudden, a black flame shot out from Ning Fan's third eye and directly rushed into the passageway filled with purple flames. The speed of that black flame was too fast. It was so fast that none of the immortal emperors could see what it was. Only Ning Fan knew that it was a wretched eyeball with black flames burning around its body. It was obviously wretched, but at this moment, it gave Ning Fan a feeling of greatness. No one knew that the eyeball monster had ignited the undying void that the undying great emperor had left for him in exchange for a short period of supreme undying power. No one knew that the eyeball monster had even ignited his cultivation base just to obtain the power to walk on the purple flames. He was going to risk his life and rush into the boundless sea of flames to kill one person. It was not only to avenge the undying great emperor but also to protect the last immortal cultivator of Z-Do in the illusory dream realm. On that day, Nemo knelt in front of the undying great emperor and made a solemn vow. The eyeball monster would never dare to forget every single word. Z-Do was an immortal cultivator and Nemo was a venerable emperor. Since he was born to slay evil, he would naturally inherit the will of the venerable emperor. Even though he was an evil corpse, he would definitely be upright and upright. He would not let heaven and earth and he would not let purple go down. From now on, he would live for Z-Do and die for Z-Do. If he violates this vow, he would be killed by heaven and man. He was born for Z-Do and he would die for the sake of protecting Z-Do immortal domain. No. Maybe he wasn't that great. Maybe he just wanted to protect his last home on behalf of the undying great emperor. Even if he dies in the blazing purple flames today, he must kill Nemo. Even if there are millions of people, I will still go. Ning Fan fell into silence. He had never thought that a wretched person like the eyeball monster would also do such a heroic thing. The blood in his heart which had been silent for a long time somehow became warm because of the eyeball monster's actions. Is this the real Z-Do immortal cultivators? The group of cultivators who are the most courageous in the eyes of the three great true worlds. Ning Fan no longer cared about what those immortal emperors were doing or saying. In front of him, a grey light flashed and turned into a jade box with complicated seals. It landed on his palm. This was the thing that the eyeball monster left for him. If the eyeball monster dies in the passage to the immortal gate, it would open after 24 hours. Inside it was the little gift that the eyeball monster left for him. Ning Fan held the jade box tightly. There was an indescribable heaviness in his heart. At this moment, he did not care about the gift that the eyeball monster left for him. In his heart, he was actually worried about the eyeball monster's safety. Such a heroic person should not die in this place without anyone knowing. I hope that he can return safely after killing Nemo. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, a scream suddenly came from the passage to the immortal gate. It was Yin Mo's scream. It came from an extremely far distance. It was filled with boundless baleful qi. Has Yin Mo been killed? The eyeball monster should be coming back soon, right? As time passed, the immortal gate that was forcefully opened by Yin Mo. It slowly closed again. The surviving great emperors of the two races were busy trying to stop the immortal gate from closing. However, it was all in vain. The next time the immortal gate opens, I'm afraid I can only rely on the key. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, the immortal gate completely closed with a loud bang. Ning Fan gently closed his eyes. He could not help but feel a little sad and desolate in his heart. That wretched and lecherous eyeball monster did not come back even at the last moment. He will never come back. If he is still alive, he will definitely come back. There is only one reason why he did not come back. The price he had to pay for killing Yin Mo was probably his life. Just for the promise he made in the past, he had to kill the traitor and protect the illusionary world no matter what price he had to pay. Even though the cultivators of the illusionary world did not know that someone had died for the sake of protecting the world, the eyeball monster still took action. It was truly a heroic act. Ning Fan kept the jade box that the eyeball monster gave him and patted his storage pouch. He took out a jar of spirit wine and took a sip before pouring the rest into the jar. Then, he poured the rest of the wine outside the immortal gate. How could a hero leave without wine? Senior, the human race and the demon race have already come to an agreement on the ownership of the ancient passage. However, we still don't know what you think. Senior. The ancient god ascending heaven and the leader of the true dragon clan were standing behind Ning Fan cautiously, as if they wanted to discuss the ownership of the ancient passage with him. They still had not given up on the idea of fighting for the ancient passage. However, they did not dare to confront Ning Fan head-on. They only dared to use a tone of discussion. I'm not interested. The wine jar was already empty. Ning Fan looked at the immortal gate that was tightly shut as if it had never been opened. A wave of irritation was raging in his heart. These cultivators of the illusionary world were being protected by someone but they did not even realize it. Someone had died for them but no one knew about it and no one would remember them. Senior, you don't seem to be in a good mood. Is there anything I can do to help? The voice of immortal Emperor Zhang Jie suddenly resounded from beside Ning Fan. She was not an ungrateful person. If it wasn't for Ning Fan's help, she would have probably been killed by Yin Mo. However, she did not know how to repay his kindness. The cultivation level that Ning Fan had shown her was too high. Is there anything in my possessions that he would take a fancy to? I don't think so. That shouldn't be the case. Why would a level 3 quasi-saint be interested in his trash? There's no need for that. Ning Fan suddenly woke up from his thoughts. Currently, the eyeball monster no longer possessed his body. His third eye had also returned to its normal state. With his current cultivation level, he did not have the ability to act like a senior in front of a large group of immortal emperors. The God Extermination Shield was also damaged and could not be used anymore. If an immortal emperor attacks him here, he would be in great danger. Ning Fan did not forget that the grudge between him and the True Dragon clan was very deep. If the leader of the True Dragon clan discovers his true identity and attacks him together, he would not have the confidence to escape from the hands of a group of immortal emperors. It was the eyeball monster and Yin Mo who killed immortal emperors as if they were dogs. Ning Fan was just a junior. Junior, now is not the time to be sentimental. Thinking of this, Ning Fan did not want to stay in this place for a long time. His body flashed and he wanted to leave. Senior, please wait. The voice of the leader of the True Dragon clan suddenly resounded. Ning Fan's body stopped moving. His heart was filled with vigilance but he did not show any of it on his face. He turned around and said to the leader of the True Dragon clan. What's the matter? Senior, can you give me your name? This time, there are many unforeseen events in the desolate land. Enmo, a great cultivator from the ancient times, actually caused chaos here. If it wasn't for Senior, I'm afraid more of us would have died. Senior has saved our lives. We want to repay your kindness, but we don't know how to do so. I suppose you won't be interested in our possessions. The leader of the True Dragon clan changed his usual gloomy tone. He actually behaved cautiously in front of Ning Fan. He did not dare to act presumptuously in front of a great cultivator from the ancient times. There's no need for me to repay your kindness. I really don't like your possessions. Ning Fan had no choice but to continue acting according to the leader of the True Dragon clan. Inwardly, however, he was smiling bitterly. The possessions of any of the immortal emperors here were enough to make Ning Fan envious. He really wanted them, but he was afraid that he would expose his suspicions and arouse the suspicion of these immortal emperors, causing more trouble. I can't. We are also considered as Purple Dipper immortal cultivators. How can we not repay the kindness that we owe? The palms of the leader of the True Dragon clan were filled with cold sweat. He knew the pros and cons of this matter. When one's cultivation base had reached Ning Fan's level, he would be stained with karma if he simply did a favor to someone. For example, the karma of saving someone's life was even greater. If he was not careful, he might cause the other party to be consigned to eternal damnation. Who knew if Ning Fan was hiding a dagger behind his smile? On the surface, he acted as if he was saving someone without asking for anything in return. However, he might be plotting against everyone secretly. It was not impossible. Given the cautious character of the leader of the True Dragon clan, it was impossible for him to make a mistake in such a big matter. Being greedy for small gains would only result in a huge loss. For an ancient great cultivator like Ning Fan, he had just fought a bitter battle with another great cultivator in this place, but he did not come for the ancient passage. The leader of the True Dragon clan would never believe that he did not have any ulterior motives. Senior, please give us your name. We will definitely worship the Luck Tower for you to repay your kindness. This is our sincerity. Please don't reject it. Luck Tower. Ning Fan was slightly stunned. Then, his eyes lit up. This item is a good item. Forget it. After this battle, I'm afraid I won't be able to hide my name even if I want to. Listen carefully. My name is Zhao Jian. You may worship the Tower of Providence under these names. Apart from that, I have another request. I hope that all of you will agree to it. Ning Fan's voice became slightly deeper. The leader of the True Dragon clan was immediately startled and said hurriedly. What request does Senior have? Just tell us. Even if the True Dragon clan has to give it our all, we will definitely complete the task that Senior has entrusted us with. Chapter 952. After a long conversation, Ning Fan gave some instructions to the ancient Reaching Heaven Emperor under the complicated gaze of the clan leader of the True Dragon clan. Then, he left. After that, the clan leader and the ancient Reaching Heaven Emperor issued a gag order to the immortal emperors of the two clans. From today onwards, everything related to Senior Zhao Jian would be classified as the top secret of the true spirit race and would be recorded in the Vermilion Scroll. After that, the great emperors of the two clans seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. They worked together to seal the ancient immortal gate and got busy outside the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Ning Fan was not concerned about how they would deal with the ancient passage. He ran all the way and found Miao Yan and Candle Bao near a collapsed barbarian mountain. Seeing Ning Fan return safely, Miao Yan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She had been worried about Ning Fan. Only she knew that Ning Fan was not a third-level quasi-sage. He had borrowed the strength of the eyeball monster to temporarily reach that level. Luckily, Ning Fan won the battle in the end. As long as he's safe, the hunchbacked old man that Candle Bao transformed into did not have his usual wretched expression. Instead, he looked at Ning Fan with unprecedented seriousness. After a long time, he gritted his teeth and asked. Hee hee. Master, Big Brother Eyeball didn't come back with you, He chased after Mo and entered the ancient immortal gate. I'm afraid, he won't come back. Is that so? Candlebao's body trembled as if he was trying to suppress his surging emotions. However, he could not suppress it in the end. He roared at the sky with tears flowing down his cheeks. Then, he ran towards the ancient immortal gate of the Nine Heavens Imperial Court. Ning Fan did not stop him. He just let Candlebao go far away. He did not expect that Candlebao would be the one who grieved the most after the death of the Eyeball Monster. The Eyeball Monster and Candlebao had lived together for 930 years in the space of the Copper Tower. In the beginning, they were enemies, but later on, they became sworn brothers. Fine. I'll let Candlebao go to the ancient immortal gate to see off the Eyeball Monster. Ning Fan sighed softly and turned to Miao Yen. I'm leaving. The chaos of the wild desolate land has ended. Where are you going next? I want to pay a visit to venerated sovereign Tong Tian first and report everything that happened in the wild desolate land. Even Miao Yan's face turned pale when she recalled the terror of the chaos. During the chaos this time, not only countless barbarians and cultivators of the two clans died, but also 19 immortal emperors were killed. Be it the demon race or the human race, both of them would probably suffer greatly because of this chaos. Report everything, huh? About me. Miao Yen hurriedly interrupted Ning Fan halfway through his words. Don't worry. Fellow Daoist has saved my life. I won't tell anyone about fellow Daoist. No, that's not what I meant. There are some things that I have already discussed with the two Thearchs. You don't have to take the initiative to tell anyone about me. Of course, they wouldn't dare to ask you. I'll be leaving first. Go and pay your respects to the ancient emperor of Tongtian. Also, tell Zhu Gong that if he wants to leave, I'll return his freedom. If he's still willing to come back, come and find me. I'll stay in the wilderness for another 3 days. Ning Fan took a deep look at the direction of the immortal gate. Then, he turned around and left. The favor he owed to Miao Yen should have been repaid. There was no need for him to be involved with this woman anymore. Miao Yen looked at Ning Fan, who was leaving, with a complicated expression. Then, she turned around and flew towards the immortal gate. At the entrance of the immortal gate, she paid her respects to the ancient emperor of Tongtian and told him about the things that happened in the wilderness. However, she only briefly mentioned about Ning Fan. Which of the great emperors of the human race could not tell that Miao Yen was hiding something from them? However, none of them mentioned it. It was unknown what Ning Fan had said to the human emperors. Many of them became even more polite towards Miao Yen. There were even 2 female great emperors who ran to Miao Yen and asked her meaningfully. Hee hee. Fellow Daoist Miao Yen is really capable. Senior Zhao Jian really dotes on you. Just now, he even praised you to the ancient emperor of Tongtian. Miao Yan's face immediately turned red. Of course, she understood that these great emperors must have misunderstood something. These great emperors must have misunderstood that she had an affair with Ning Fan. Otherwise, with their status, why would they be so polite to an immortal venerate? She really wanted to know what Ning Fan had said to these great emperors just now. How could it cause such a subtle misunderstanding among them? Big brother. Big brother. Big brother. The hunchback old man that was transformed from the candle bow knelt in front of the immortal gate and wailed loudly. Its identity as an innate Bao spirit could not be hidden from the immortal emperors here. Moreover, many of them could tell that it was a Bao spirit that was about to attain the level of an innate treasure spirit. An innate treasure spirit. It was hard to find such a spiritual item in the entire illusionary world. They did not expect to see it here. However, when they recalled Ning Fan's warning just now, their expressions turned solemn. None of them dared to have any thoughts about the candle bow. The face of the clan leader of the true dragon clan darkened. How could he not recognize that it was the candle bow of his clan? If it was possible, he really wanted to keep the candle bow. However, he could not ignore Ning Fan's warning. This old man and Zhu Li are old acquaintances. I like this candle bow very much. Are you descendants of Zhu Li willing to give this item to me? He. Would he, Ao Qiangu, dare to reject the request of a dignified third-level quasi-sage? How could he reject it? If he rejects it, wouldn't he be creating a great enemy for the true dragon clan that could annihilate the entire clan? Forget it. I have already obtained the immortal gate. The matter of unsealing the key to the immortal gate can be completed even without the bow spirit. At most, I just need to spend a little more time. Compared to offending a third-level quasi-sage, the clan leader of the true dragon clan would rather spend a few thousand years to slowly unseal the key to the immortal gate. He looked at the candle bow that was behaving strangely and kept crying in front of the immortal gate with a complicated expression. In the end, he did not dare to attack it because this item belonged to Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian was really an unfamiliar name. However, there were many great cultivators in the ancient times. As a cultivator in the declining era, it was normal for him not to have heard of this name. Judging from Senior Zhao's tone, he seems to be very familiar with my old ancestor. I'm afraid they are also monsters from the same era. If I give the candle bow to this person, I might be able to form a good relationship with him. With that thought in mind, the clan leader of the true dragon clan walked towards the crying candle bow with a smile on his face. If I can't get the candle bow back, I will befriend him and mend the misunderstanding between us. In this way, Senior Zhao will definitely be satisfied. After bidding farewell to Miao Yan, Ning Fan sprinted towards the encampment of the human race. Under the gaze of countless human cultivators, he brought Zhao Dai, and the others away. Those barbarians who had lost their souls and were unconscious were also brought away by Ning Fan. Senior Zhao. Will we meet again? Fairy Hanwu, who was in the group of the Guanhan Palace, looked at Ning Fan, who was getting further away, with a complicated expression. Before Ning Fan arrived, the ancient piercing heaven emperor had already sent a message to all the cultivators of the human race, telling them that if Senior Zhao Jian comes, they must not neglect him. No one is allowed to reveal or mention anything about Senior Zhao to anyone. This was the highest order to keep their mouths shut. Senior Zhao Jian. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Ning's real name is actually Zhao Jian. Moreover, his real cultivation base is an existence that even the ancient piercing heaven emperor would address as senior. Hanwu knew Ning Fan's name, but now, she just thought that it was a fake name and Zhao Jian was his real name. The fact that Senior Zhao had used Ning Fan's fake name before would probably also be included in the order to keep their mouths shut and not mention it to anyone. Many of the human cultivators who had been saved by Ning Fan before, such as the Four-Eyed Devil Monarch and tens of thousands of people whom Ning Fan had saved in passing, had eyes filled with respect and gratitude. They had been saved and protected by Ning Fan before. They would never dare to forget his kindness. Moreover, they would not dare to reveal anything about Ning Fan to anyone. Ning Fan brought Zhao Dai, and the others with him and flew at full speed. Then, they descended outside the ruins of a city. This city used to have a beautiful name, Bianliang. Ning Fan had once comprehended the truth in this place, watched the snow and waited for the plum blossoms at this place. Today, all that was left of this place were ruins. Looking at the ruins of her hometown, Zhao Dai's eyes turned red. Not counting those barbarians who had lost their souls, she was probably the only barbarian left in the ancient region of the savage desolation. It was really lonely. Was this the feeling of having one's country destroyed and one's family destroyed? Don't cry. You are not alone. You still have 700,000 clansmen and your uncle. I'm sorry. I didn't manage to take back all the souls that I lost, Ning Fan sighed apologetically. If he was a little stronger, would he be able to save all the barbarians? Save people. Heh. I didn't expect that someone like him who used to slaughter would actually do something like saving people one day. I still have to wait for 3 more days in the savage desolation. Earth Devil, Taya. The 2 of you stay here and guard the barbarian corpses. Don't make any mistakes. Ning Fan suddenly ordered Earth Devil and Taya. The 2 of them were the remnant souls of the immortal venerables that Ning Fan had subdued previously. Previously, Ning Fan's cultivation base was still insufficient and he still needed to be polite to them. Now that his cultivation base had improved tremendously, the strength of the 2 of them was no longer a threat to him. Understood. Earth Devil and Taya did not dare to disregard Ning Fan's order. They cupped their fists respectfully and their eyes were filled with respect. The current Ning Fan gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. His strength was definitely above the immortal venerables. Faintly, he actually gave them a heavy sense of oppression. Even if they were at their peak condition, they would still not be a match for Ning Fan, let alone the fact that they were just remnant souls and their life souls were in Ning Fan's hands, thus, they naturally did not dare to be disrespectful to Ning Fan. Zhang Yu, you've worked hard this time. Previously, you forcefully displayed the piercing golden light and suffered a huge backlash. I've already told you that I owe you this time. If there's a chance, I will certainly help you reconstruct your physical body. Ning Fan then said to immortal concubine Zhang Yu. TSK. Who needs your help? Immortal concubine Zhang Yu let out a soft snort arrogantly. However, she hid the trace of fear deep in her eyes. In the human base, she was probably the only one who had sensed the entire battle. The strength of the 2 third-level quasi-saints made immortal concubine Zhang Yu feel terrified. The chi of one of them seemed to belong to Ning Fan. Since when did this little thief possess the strength of a 3rd-level quasi-saint? Humph. I was worried about him. After all this time, he doesn't need anyone to worry about him at all. He actually has such a high cultivation base. He hid it really well. It's 1,000 times better than the Moon Ancestral Soul Spring in the Guanghan Palace. Ning Fan did not care about Zhang Yu's arrogance. Instead, he turned to Lu Yan, Zhao Dai, and Xian Loli. You guys should also take a rest. In these 3 days, there won't be any more battles in the desolate wasteland. After that, I will bring all of you away. Uncle, can Dai also leave the desolate wasteland? Zhao Dai's gloomy eyes immediately regained some vigor. In the past, I couldn't do it. But now, the heavenly Tao of the desolate wasteland of the Fan family doesn't dare to stop me. Ning Fan raised his head and indifferently glanced at the sky of the desolate wasteland. Just a glance was enough to make the entire heavenly Tao of the desolate wasteland tremble violently. This place used to be the mountain sea where the barbarian cultivators of the Fan family resided. This place was the mountain sea of a second-rate barbarian force. How could the heavenly Tao of this place not be afraid in front of Ning Fan, the 10th barbarian god? Hiss. Senior Zhao has such a terrifying technique. Just a glance is enough to make the heavenly Tao tremble in fear. According to the ancient records, only 3rd-step saints can use such a technique. Could it be that Senior Zhao has already touched the bottleneck of the saint realm? Could he be the first saint of the illusory world? Some of the great emperors of the 2 clans who were secretly observing Ning Fan's movements initially hid their spirit sense in the heavenly Tao. At this moment, because the heavenly Tao was trembling, they felt a backlash. Even though the backlash was not severe, it was enough to frighten them. They hurriedly withdrew their spirit sense and no longer dared to probe further. The fear they felt towards Ning Fan had risen to a height that they had never felt before. Terrifying. It's really too terrifying. Senior Zhao is definitely going to become a Saint Realm expert soon. No wonder he could withstand a finger attack from an immortal sovereign and easily defeat a 3rd-step quasi-sage. From today onwards, I must never offend Senior Zhao even if I have to offend the 10 great secret clans and the great demons that are hibernating in the dream realm. Has he already intimidated those immortal emperors? Ning Fan thought to himself. Even though he had lost the power of the strange eyeball, he still had the means to make those immortal emperors believe in his terrifying strength. In this way, even if some of the immortal emperors see through his true cultivation base, they would only think that he was hiding his true cultivation base. Even if Ning Fan's identity is exposed one day, people would only think that Ning Fan is a fake identity. As long as the existence of Zhao Jian does not cause Ning Fan any trouble, it would be enough. I will go into seclusion here for the next 3 days. I don't want anyone to disturb me. Ning Fan seemed to be saying this to Zhang Yu and the others, but also to those immortal emperors who were far away from him. He must stay here for another 3 days and extract the heavenly Tao soul of the desolate land with his supreme barbarian god's power. The Tao soul was the carrier of the seed of will. Only by borrowing the power of the Tao soul of this land could he give Zhao Dai, and the other barbarians the power to leave the desolate land and obtain the qualifications to cultivate and attain immortality. Extracting the heavenly Tao soul was the solution that Tao Barbarian Mountain had given him. The mountains have souls, the oceans have souls, and everything in the world has souls. This was the world in the barbarians' eyes. The soul-extracting technique that was circulating in the cultivation world was said to be a great divine ability created by a barbarian cultivator who was even more ancient than Tao Barbarian Mountain. There were only a few words about this in the scroll that Tao Barbarian Mountain gave him. It has been many years since I last used the soul-extracting technique. I didn't expect it to be a divine ability created by the barbarians. Ning Fan found a small mountain and sat cross-legged on it. He closed his eyes and allowed his body and mind to become one with heaven and earth. There are 4 grades of the soul-extracting technique: Earth Soul, Void Soul, Sun, Moon and Stars Soul and Heavenly Tao Soul. Ning Fan recalled the scene when Tai Su possessed his body and fought against Mo Luo in the past. At that time, he borrowed Tai Su's power to extract the 6 Tao souls, which was even better than extracting the heavenly Tao soul. In the past, Ning Fan naively thought that the 4 grades of the soul-extracting technique were ranked from the lowest to the highest. Most cultivators also thought the same way. Now that he had become the 10th barbarian god, Ning Fan gained a new understanding of the soul-extracting technique. The Earth Soul might not necessarily be weaker than the Void Soul, while the Heavenly Tao Soul might not necessarily be stronger than the Sun, Moon and Stars Soul. Sen Luo had shocked the world with the Starry Sky Soul extracting technique. The power of the Starry Sky Soul extracting technique that he used might not necessarily be weaker than the Heavenly Tao Soul extracting technique that Mo Luo used in the past. There was no difference in the level of a soul. Instead, it all depended on the soul extractor's own understanding of the technique. If one's understanding of the mountain soul was higher, it might not necessarily be impossible to extract the heavenly Tao soul. With my current cultivation base, it is still very difficult for me to extract the heavenly Tao soul. However, this is the sky of the desolate world and I am the barbarian god. If I want to extract the heaven barbarian soul, he wouldn't dare to disobey me. It's not difficult to extract the heaven barbarian soul. However, if I want to refine this intense seed, I will need some preparation time. Ning Fan took out the seed of the dust tree and swallowed it, refining it in his dantian. The seed of the dust tree contained a trace of the Lord of Tribulation Sense's will. In the past, it was Tai Tsung Jialing who had deprived the barbarian cultivators of the Fan family of their right to cultivate and schemed against them. Today, only this trace of will could restore the barbarian cultivators' right to cultivate. While Ning Fan was refining the seed of the dust tree, he was multitasking. He began to unseal the stone statues of the 7th ancestor, Mounzi, Ting Nan and Ting Bei one by one. The latter 3 were all at the fragment thought realm. After Yin Mo's death, it was not difficult for their stone statues to be petrified. However, the process of unsealing the 7th ancestor's stone statue was not smooth. It seemed like the higher the cultivation base of the person who was petrified, the harder it was to remove the petrification. One day later, Ning Fan unsealed the stone statues of Mounz and the others. Under their bewildered gazes, he sent them away. He did not need their gratitude. He was just following his heart. On the second day, he still had not unsealed the seventh ancestor's stone statue. However, after some effort, he managed to unseal the seventh ancestor's storage pouch. The 700,000 barbarian souls in the pouch were released by Ning Fan. Under his guidance, they returned to their physical bodies. The 700,000 barbarian souls were awakened, but the other 300,000 barbarian souls would never wake up again. On the third day, the seventh ancestor's stone statue still could not be completely unsealed. However, Ning Fan was no longer in a hurry because he had already finished refining the seed of the dust tree. I'll just let the seventh ancestor remain petrified for a few more days. After all, it's not an important matter. Next, it's time to extract the Heaven's Tao soul of this place. Ning Fan slowly rose to his feet. He raised his hand and casually made a grabbing motion at the Heaven's Tao. It was an ordinary action, but it was as if he was holding the entire Heaven's Tao in his hand. The great emperors who were still busy sealing the immortal gates in the desolate wilderness were shocked and looked in the direction where Ning Fan was. In that direction, the 36 golden punishment mountains were hanging high in the sky, causing the entire Heaven's Tao to tremble violently as if it was afraid of them. At the next moment, Ning Fan flipped his palm and extracted the Heaven's Tao soul of Man Tian from heaven and earth. He did not fuse the Heaven's Tao soul into his body. If he fuses the soul with it, Ning Fan's chi would have a chance to skyrocket. With his current cultivation base and the power of the Heaven's Tao soul, his chi would definitely rise to the level of the second eternal tribulation within a short period of time. If he has a deeper understanding of extracting the Heaven's Tao soul, this technique would probably become even stronger. The soul power of the Heaven's Tao soul that was extracted kept gathering around Ning Fan's body. Eventually, it turned into the illusory image of a black cat. This black cat did not have any cultivation base, but it could increase the cultivation base of the person who fuses with the soul. Meow. The black cat seemed to be a female cat. After Ning Fan extracted it, it behaved respectfully and submissively. It kept rubbing its small face against Ning Fan's leg like a pet that was eager to win its master's favor. It was as obedient as it could be. Is this something that the arrogant Heaven's Tao soul would do? Thus, all the immortal emperors were shocked once again. It was not that they had never seen the Heaven's Tao soul being extracted before. However, none of them could make the Heaven's Tao soul behave so respectfully and submissively. The Heaven's Tao was different from humans. It was always arrogant in front of cultivators. The only ones who could make the Heaven's Tao submit to them were saints. As expected. Senior Zhao is really going to become a saint soon. Otherwise, how could he do such a thing? You're the Heaven's Tao soul of the Fan clan's desolate lands. Ning Fan kicked the black cat in disdain. However, after it was kicked away, it kept returning to Ning Fan's side and rubbing against him non-stop. It seems like I'm going to have another sticky candy by my side from today onwards. Fine. From today onwards, you will follow me. You don't need to control the heaven of man anymore. Are you willing? Meow. The small black cat responded to Ning Fan with a respectful and gentle meow. Of course, it was willing to follow Ning Fan. It was the Heaven's Tao soul, and Ning Fan was the barbarian god who possessed the punishment power of the 36 mountains. As long as it stays by Ning Fan's side, it would be able to borrow Ning Fan's punishment power to cultivate. The heavenly Tao soul was born for the purpose of descending tribulation, punishment and punishment. If they want to increase their strength, they would need to rely on a stronger punishment power. Ning Fan was the best choice. Seeing that the black cat was willing to follow him, Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. In that case, there was no need for him to use the violent methods described in the Tao Barbarian Mountain Scroll. With the black cat following him, Ning Fan only needed to fuse with it in the future. It would be like using the Tao soul extraction technique and his cultivation base would instantly skyrocket. Ning Fan squatted down and patted the black cat's head to comfort it. Then, he kept the black cat into his profound Yin world. All the immortal emperors were shocked. They had seen the Tao soul extraction technique before. Many immortal emperors could use it. They had also heard that the Tao soul extraction technique could make the Tao soul obediently submit to them. It was recorded in many ancient scrolls. However, didn't the soul extraction technique have to return the soul to its original place? Senior Zhaoan not only extracted the Tao soul of the savage wilderness but also wrapped it up. How did he do such an unimaginable thing? How could the prideful heaven's Tao soul submit to any cultivator like a pet? Even an incipient saint would not be able to do this. Of course, these immortal emperors did not know that the reason why Ning Fan could do this was because of his transcendent status as the 10th barbarian god. If he goes to the ancient barbarian world, he could use his identity to extract all the Tao souls of the barbarian world and fuse them into his body at any time, allowing his cultivation base to skyrocket. With the help of the Tao souls of the entire ancient barbarian world, even if he was not a saint, he could definitely fight against a saint. Unfortunately, Ning Fan could not go to the ancient barbarian world now and he could not extract the heaven's Tao souls there either. With his current cultivation base, he would not be able to make the heaven's Tao soul submit to him without the sky of the barbarian world. It would be difficult for him to even extract its soul. Let's go. The current me can easily bring all of you away from here. Let's bid farewell to your homeland. Ning Fan's figure flashed and disappeared from the short mountain. He appeared in front of Zhao Dai, and the other barbarians and said with a smile. Now, he could do it. It was time to leave the savage wilderness and return to Eastern Heaven. Master, my great and wise master, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Wait for me. I've made up my mind. I don't want freedom. I want to follow you. From afar, a wretched-looking old man with bulging storage pouches hanging on his waist was rushing towards them at full speed. Who else could he be other than Zhu Gong? He had been worshipping the eyeball monster outside the immortal gate for 3 days. 3 days had passed. When he heard that Ning Fan was going to leave, he naturally hurried over. Hee. There are so many benefits to following Ning Fan. Why wouldn't I follow him? Touching the 20 storage pouches hanging on his waist, Zhu Gong was so happy that he could not close his mouth. I'm rich. I'm really rich this time. I didn't expect that old thing Ao Qiangu would actually curry favor with me for my master's sake. Hee. Now that a fat sheep has come to my door, how can I not make a killing? Hee. With this amount of money, I'll be the richest person in the world. As long as I have money, I can find any girls. Zhu Gong laughed. 100. This old man wants to find 100 little girls to help me wash my feet. Then, I want to find 1,000 little girls to help me. Hee. Candle Bao continued to sneer. Master Ning Fan is still the best. I've been following Master Zhu Li for my entire life but I've never made a fortune. I've always been shooting. Sigh. I've really met the wrong person in the past. Fortunately, I met Master Ning Fan in this life. I wonder if I'll still have such a chance to make a fortune in the future. Zhu Gong, who was in a good mood, seemed to have completely forgotten about the death of the eyeball monster. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched. He knew it. This is this guy's true nature. Looking at his smug expression, I really want to teach him a lesson. It's only been 3 days since your big brother died. The 7th day of his death hasn't even passed yet. Is it all right for you to be smiling so happily? Oh, right. I haven't opened the jade box that the eyeball monster gave me. I've been busy with other things and forgot about the gift. Open it. Let's see what's inside. Ning Fan took out the jade box with a flip of his hand and opened it. All of a sudden, an unexpected wretched voice came from the jade box. "Brat! Didn't I tell you to open the jade box after 24 hours? Why did you only open it after 3 days? Are you trying to suffocate me to death?" A ray of gray light flew out and turned into an illusory eyeball monster that appeared in front of Ning Fan. The corner of Ning Fan's mouth twitched again. "Who can tell me why the eyeball monster didn't die? Damn it! What kind of look is that? You're not happy that I didn't die. You actually want to curse me to die. You heartless little demon. Have you forgotten who was the one who saved you from Een Mo's scheme? And who was it?" The eyeball monster scolded, but before it could finish, it was interrupted by another cry. "Big brother! You didn't die. Is this true?" Zhu Gong, who was running towards them, cried tears of joy. "That's right, second brother. I didn't die. Aren't you very surprised? I knew it. Only you are sincere to Big Brother. Only you will shed tears for Big Brother." The eyeball monster's eyes were brimming with tears. Then, under the dumbfounded gaze of countless barbarians, the two idiots hugged each other like tigers, showing the scene of deep brotherly love. They were really curious how the eyeball monster without limbs could hug each other like tigers. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The eyeball monster didn't die. He wasn't crying tears of joy, but he was more or less gratified. However, he really wanted to know. Why didn't the eyeball monster die, and how did it escape from the immortal gate? Also, that jade box. Could it be that the eyeball monster had already prepared a way to kill Een Mo? With the wretched personality of this eyeball monster, it was indeed hard to imagine that it would risk its life to kill Een Mo without leaving a way out. I was sad for its death for half a day, but I didn't expect it was actually like this. Chapter 953. The eyeball monster didn't die, but it lost all of its cultivation base and the undying void. Its body became incomparably illusory, almost transparent. After a series of inquiries, Ning Fan understood the whole story of how the eyeball was reborn. He looked at the purplish-red lightning talisman that was broken into 2 halves in the jade box and was secretly amazed. The prime clear lightning talisman was one of the 3,000 secret talismans passed down by the ancient sacred sect. It had a life-saving ability similar to the fantasy life pill. If it wasn't for this life-saving trump card, the eyeball monster would have most likely died in the sea of fire. "Brat, where are you going next?" "I'm going to the northern heaven. Do you want to come with me?" After the eyeball was done messing around, it finally asked Ning Fan. "Northern Sky. I still haven't finished my business in Eastern Sky, so I won't go to Northern Sky for the time being." "Forget it, I don't really want you to go anyway." "Second brother, do you want to go to the Northern Sky with Big Brother?" He looked at Candle Bao affectionately. "Go. Of course. Wherever Big Brother goes, this little brother will follow." "Good brother." "Yes, Big Brother." "Good brother." "Yes, Big Brother." Ning Fan's forehead was filled with black lines as he looked at this pair of idiots. It seemed like Candle Bao had just said that it would follow him for life. How long had it changed its mind and wanted to follow the eyeball monster? Forget it. If they want to go to the northern heaven together, then let's go together. He no longer cared whether he has the Candle Bao by his side or not. Northern Heaven. I wonder if the purpose of the eyeball monster going to Northern Heaven is related to the Morning Death Great Emperor. Looking at the confident look on the eyeball monster's face, even if he lost all his cultivation, he would probably have the means to protect himself. There was no need to worry about the safety of these 2 fools. "Stinking brat, we're leaving. From today onwards, my second brother is no longer your artifact spirit. In exchange, I'll compensate you with a connate magic treasure. In addition to the one I owed you before, I'll give you a total of 2. Take it." The gray light from the strange eyeball swept across the area. Immediately, 2 rays of light flew towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan was stunned for a moment before he directly kept them into his profound Yin world. Stinking brat, we don't owe each other anymore. We'll never meet again, ha ha ha. Big brother. Let's go quickly. I extorted a lot of good things from the true dragon clan. Don't let master snatch them away. Yes. I'm leaving now. Big brother has obtained a new treasure. Let me show you its power. Fly, little feather. The eyeball monster released a red light, and in the next instant, the red light wrapped around it and the candle bough, directly piercing out of the wilderness plain, whistling away. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. If he was not mistaken, that red light should be the red crow feather that Yin Mo directly used. The original name of this feather seemed to be shuttle feather, but the eyeball monster gave it a lowly name. Little feather, can you come up with a worse name? Let's go. Since the eyeball monster had left, Ning Fan did not plan to stay any longer. He turned his hand and took out a reckless flash jade talisman. He had obtained this talisman from Si Ming after killing her. It could allow him to leave the ancient savage desolation region at any time. He crushed the jade talisman, and a wild flash tunnel that led to the outside world appeared. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and swept up everyone present. Then, he directly flew into the passageway of the barbaric flash and left the desolate land. In the past, he could not bring mortals into the passageway. But now, with his identity as the 10th barbarian god, he could do it. As soon as he entered the passageway, Ning Fan immediately clenched his 5 fingers. Under his control, the power of the wild flash within the passageway condensed into a dark red giant spirit boat. Zhao Dai, and the other 700,000 barbarians landed on the spirit boat. Ning Fan stood at the bow of the boat and steered it forward. The journey to the desolate land might seem short, but when they returned, the distance was more than 100 times longer. This was because after the collapse of the desolate land, the space became distorted, causing the straight passageway to become twisted. Naturally, they would have to take a longer detour. In the beginning, Ning Fan personally steered the spirit boat. Later on, he realized that this would be a very time-consuming journey. Thus, he ordered the Earth Devil and Iron Crow to steer the boat while he entered the profound Yin world to cultivate his inverse relic. Shi Zihua was a master in the art of enchantment. In terms of cultivation base, she was probably above the ancient Chaos Immortal Emperor. With the help of Shi Zihua, Ning Fan successfully cultivated his inverse relic. In a sense, he could be considered as inheriting Shi Zihua's legacy. Unfortunately, he did not have the time to study the function of the inverse relic before this. Now that he was free, he naturally had to study it properly. As soon as he entered the profound Yin world, Ning Fan immediately kept his ghost mask and flew towards the eastern world. The eastern world of profound Yin was the place where the human cauldrons lived. There were more than 100,000 human cauldrons in this place. In the past few years, with the large amount of cultivation resources provided by Ning Fan and the unique environment of the profound Yin world, the cultivation bases of the human cauldrons improved very quickly. All of the human cauldrons had broken through to the nascent soul realm. Moreover, there were more than 1,000 human cauldrons who had successfully attained the divine transformation realm. Ning Fan looked at everything with satisfaction. With these human cauldrons around, the cultivation of his inverse relic should be very smooth. Master, why have you come? 2 rays of light flew into the sky and welcomed him. They were Bing Ling and Yu Ling. They were the first batch of human cauldrons that Ning Fan captured. In the past few years, the 2 of them had wholeheartedly helped Ning Fan manage the other human cauldrons. Their contributions could not go unnoticed. These 2 women seem to be on the verge of attaining the divine transformation realm. It seems like they have put in a lot of hard work in the past few years. You 2 have worked hard all these years. Ning Fan reached out his hand and touched their faces. The 2 of them blushed. If it's for their master, it's worth it no matter how hard they work. By the way, Bing Ling has something to report to Master. The cultivation bases of our sisters are getting higher and higher, and the cultivation resources that we need are also increasing. The resources that Master gave us last time are almost used up. Many of our sisters are stuck at a bottleneck and are unable to break through. Bing Ling looked at Ning Fan affectionately. The meaning behind her words was very obvious. Our sisters don't have many cultivation resources left. Master, why don't you offer your body to us? With Master's profound cultivation base, you can help many of our sisters achieve a breakthrough in their cultivation bases with just one round of dual cultivation. We'll talk about this later. I came here for another important matter. I'm cultivating a type of divine ability called the inverse relic. In order to cultivate this item, I need to borrow your strength. As soon as they heard Ning Fan's words, Bing Ling and Yu Ling's faces immediately lit up with joy. Then, they asked expectantly. Master, do you need human cauldrons to pluck your strength? Every human cauldron in this place had been plucked by Ning Fan before. In the past few years, many female cultivators had already regained their previous cultivation bases. Life in the profound Yin world was peaceful and peaceful. Moreover, there were countless cultivation resources provided to them. Thus, all the human cauldrons were filled with gratitude towards Ning Fan. Moreover, because of the constant brainwashing of Bing Ling and Yu Ling, almost all the female cultivators in this place regarded Ning Fan as their heaven. The reason why they desperately cultivated was also because they wanted to become qualified human cauldrons for Ning Fan to pluck in the future. It was as if they would only be useful and needed by Ning Fan if they were plucked by him. Only then would their lives be meaningful. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead helplessly. In the past few years, he had been running all over the place and neglected the management of the human cauldrons. However, he did not expect that the female cultivators here would become more and more loyal to him after being brainwashed by Bing Ling and Yu Ling. This was not his intention. In terms of cultivating death warriors, Bing Ling and Yu Ling were definitely outstanding. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not need them. His cultivation base was too high to the point that plucking the human cauldrons here was almost useless. However, he could not simply say such words out loud. Otherwise, many human cauldrons who were loyal to him would definitely be disappointed. This time, I don't need to pluck anyone. Ning Fan pondered for a while and said. As expected, our cultivation bases are too low. We don't even have the qualifications to be plucked by Master. Bing Ling and Yu Ling lowered their heads dejectedly. Every time Ning Fan came here, his cultivation base would improve by a lot. This time, his cultivation base seemed to have improved again. The two ladies could not see the depth of Ning Fan's cultivation base at all. Even though Ning Fan deliberately suppressed his aura force, they still felt like they were looking up at a lofty mountain when facing him. The difference between their cultivation bases was just too huge. Perhaps one day, they would be abandoned by Ning Fan. In the cultivation world, the behavior of abandoning low-grade human cauldrons was just too common. Don't worry. I won't abandon you too. Ning Fan had the mind-reading technique. He easily saw through their thoughts and sighed. The two ladies obviously thought that Ning Fan was just comforting them. Thus, they were still a little unhappy. Ning Fan no longer tried to explain himself. Feeling helpless, he ordered the two ladies. The two of you, come closer. After hearing what he said, the two ladies did not dare to disobey him. Thus, they moved closer to Ning Fan. As for Ning Fan, he secretly circulated the power of the reverse relic in his body and held their hands respectively. Immediately, an extremely vast energy was transmitted from the inverse relic into the two women's bodies. The energy rushed into the two women's dantian and condensed into a pink semicircular relic next to their nascent souls. The aura of this semicircular relic was similar to that of Ning Fan's reverse relic. What Ning Fan condensed was the mother relic, while what the two ladies condensed was the child relic. The two girls were originally only one step away from breaking through to the soul formation stage. but the moment the child relics were formed, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into their bodies, and their cultivation levels instantly began to skyrocket. Early divine transformation, mid-divine transformation, late divine transformation, peak divine transformation. After that, the two women's auras actually advanced to the void refinement realm. Void glimpse stage, void inquiry stage, void pure stage and absolute void stage. If it weren't for the fact that the two ladies had yet to comprehend the intent realm and sense the real and the void, they would have most likely advanced to the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm in a single step. Besides, this kind of increase in cultivation base only required him to absorb the power of heaven and earth. It would not cause any damage to his cultivation base. This is the enlightenment technique. The two ladies were astonished. In the cultivation world, there was naturally a method to directly increase one's cultivation base. It was called enlightenment. Only second-step immortal cultivators could use enlightenment on their juniors to increase their cultivation base. However, doing so would cause great damage. It could easily damage their Tao foundation, causing the cultivation base of the person who received the enlightenment to stop advancing forever. This isn't enlightenment. It's a secret technique that I've just learned. It doesn't have any side effects. You don't have to worry. Ning Fan roughly explained the function of the inverse relic to the two ladies. What he had was the mother relic. He could plant a child relic on any female cultivator. The female cultivator who obtains the child relic would receive a different degree of improvement in their cultivation base according to the difference between their cultivation bases. The greater the difference between their cultivation bases, the greater the benefits they would receive. The female cultivator who obtains the child relic would also have a much faster cultivation speed than before. Another benefit was that when the female cultivator's cultivation base improved, Ning Fan's cultivation base would also improve a little. In short, after obtaining the child relic, if Bing Ling and Yu Ling's cultivation base improved again, Ning Fan's cultivation base would also improve accordingly. The inverse relic was an enchanting technique that allowed both men and women to win. In the past, even though Shi Zihua had never plucked any male cultivator, she managed to plant a child relic in the bodies of millions of barbarian male cultivators with just a finger of her finger. After that, her cultivation base improved at an extremely fast speed. The inverse relic had a total of 9 grades. The higher the grade, the stronger the relic would be. Shi Zihua had only cultivated the inverse relic up to the 6th grade in her entire life. As for Ning Fan's inverse relic, it was still at the 1st grade. After the two ladies molded the child relic, 2 faint red Tao marks appeared on Ning Fan's inverse relic. The Tao marks had another name. They were called Charming Breath. If the amount of Charming Breath reaches a certain level, the inverse relic could advance to the next grade. If the inverse relic advances to the 3rd grade, it could use various offensive enchanting techniques to turn the power of the relic into divine abilities. If it advances to the 6th grade, it could activate the power of the Tao law of charm. That kind of power could even enchant the great Tao. There was one more thing about the inverse relic that Ning Fan did not tell Bing Ling and Yu Ling. The female cultivators who had their child relic planted in them would unknowingly have a deeper impression of the owner of the mother relic. Ning Fan did not like to force others to fall in love with him. However, it was fine if they were his human cauldrons. It seemed like his human cauldrons had long been brainwashed and their impression of him had already reached its peak. After listening to Ning Fan's explanation, the two ladies immediately regained their spirits. In other words, as long as we cultivate diligently, we can make Master's cultivation base improve at the same time, right? In that case, even if Master doesn't pluck us, we can still put them to good use. If that's the case, let's gather our sisters and let Master plant a relic for all of us. The two ladies immediately sent out their spirit sense. Very soon, all of the 100,000 human cauldrons were summoned by the two ladies. Ning Fan displayed his ability. The light of the relic illuminated the vast sky like a rising sun. Child relic was immediately produced in each of the human cauldrons. Of course, if any of the female cultivators resisted, they would not be able to produce the inverse relic. The production of the inverse relic had to be voluntary by both parties. This was very important. Otherwise, no matter how high Ning Fan's cultivation base was, he would not be able to do it. After obtaining the child relic, each of the female cultivators' cultivation base began to skyrocket. One after another, they broke through the divine transformation realm and entered the void refinement realm. Everyone's heavenly tribulations were forcefully suppressed by Ning Fan. Now, their cultivation base only improved, but their comprehension did not increase along with it. This was very dangerous. Many human cauldrons had yet to comprehend the divine transformation realm's intent realm, not to mention comprehending the illusory and the real. If they go to face their heavenly tribulations now, the chances of them dying would not be small. All of you, go into seclusion and comprehend your own cultivation base. Ning Fan gave an order to the 100,000 human cauldrons and dismissed the ladies. His eyes seemed to have sensed something and he looked at a female cultivator whose name was Nalan Zi. Nalan Zi also did not reject Ning Fan's child relic. Is she trying to please Ning Fan? Most likely, it's to beg Ning Fan to save her younger sister. Without knowing why, Ning Fan suddenly recalled the scene where Nalan Zi triggered the three-life technique that day. The three-life technique was a forbidden divination technique of the true spirit purple cuckoo race. Only demon cultivators with the purple cuckoo bloodline had the chance to comprehend this technique. The three-life technique could only be used 3 times in one's life. It could be used to divine all heavenly secrets. After using it 3 times, one would die without a doubt. I saw the future, a terrifying future. The 4 heavens will be isolated and there will be a great war in the northern heaven. After that, the Spirit King will die in the hands of the Western demon ancestor. Ling Er, who was eaten by the Spirit King, will also die. Save Ling Er. She is my younger sister. She can't die. She is still waiting for me to save her. Nalan Zi's divination that day seemed to be echoing in Ning Fan's ears. Who is the Western demon ancestor? What does it mean that the 4 heavens will be isolated? Is there really going to be a great war in the northern heaven? All the women returned to their cave dwellings and began to comprehend their cultivation base in seclusion. Ning Fan remained silent. After a long time, he got rid of the distracting thoughts and looked at the reverse relic in his dantian. On the reverse relic, there were already 100,000 traces of light red charming qi. Among them, there were 1,000 traces of dark red charming qi. A trace of dark red charming qi contained power that was almost 100 times stronger than the light red charming qi. Every time a relic was planted on a nascent soul realm female cultivator, he would get a trace of light red charming qi. As for divine transformation realm female cultivators, they would get a trace of dark red charming qi, 100,000 traces of light red charming qi and 1,000 traces of dark red charming qi were still not enough for the first rank reverse relic to break through to the second rank. It was not that the quantity of charming qi was not enough, but the quality was too inferior. I have to plant the reverse relic on a female cultivator with a higher cultivation base in order to break through to the second rank. Crack crack, 2 crisp sounds suddenly came from afar. It was the sound of the demon cocoon cracking. Zili, I'm awake. Are you awake? Hee hee. I woke up a long time ago. I just wanted to wait for you to wake up so that we can break out of the shell together. 2 rays of joyful light, one golden and the other purple, flew into the sky one after another. Both of them emitted a pressure that was comparable to the peak of the ghost profound realm. Suddenly sensing Ning Fan's presence, 2 women immediately flew towards him. They were Mu Weiliang and Zili. After a long sleep, both of them actually broke through to the peak of the ghost profound realm. What a monstrous aptitude! Ning Fan secretly praised. With the aptitude of these 2 women, it would not take long for them to break through to the crossing true realm. Little butterfly, what did you give those women just now? I want it too. Mu Weiliang looked like she was about to cry. Even though she had yet to break out of the cocoon, she could vaguely sense that Ning Fan had given the 100,000 human cauldrons some kind of benefit which caused their cultivation base to skyrocket. Biased. How could Little Butterfly be so biased? She also wanted to have a drastic increase in her cultivation base. She also wanted that kind of benefit. Master. Little Z also wants that thing. Is it called the child relic? Zili looked at Ning Fan weakly. Her purple eyes flickered, making her look as pitiful as possible. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. It seems like I have no choice but to give the two women the relic. Forget it. It's something that benefits both men and women. I'll just give it to them. It can also increase their cultivation base a little, right? Thus, Ning Fan planted the child relic in the two women. Immediately, their cultivation base began to skyrocket. From the peak of the Ghost Profound Realm, they advanced all the way to the early Crossing True Realm. The increase in their cultivation base was not as terrifying as that of the 100,000 human cauldrons. It was because the gap between their cultivation base and Ning Fan's was relatively small. Thus, it was already not bad for them to have such an effect. Biased. Little Butterfly, you're biased. Those nascent soul realm women have already broken through a few great realms. I have only broken through a single realm. Don't you love me anymore? Boo-hoo. While pretending to cry, Mu Weiliang peeked at Ning Fan through the gaps between her fingers. All she saw was Ning Fan's expression, which did not know whether to laugh or cry. Since pretending to cry was useless, Mu Weiliang began to act cute and act coquettishly. After easily getting a promise from Ning Fan, she felt satisfied. When I leave the wild wilderness and return to Eastern Heaven, I will help you break through to the Renhuang Void Realm. How about that? Ning Fan said that with the intention of coaxing Mu Weiliang. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes immediately widened. It was clearly just a promise to coax a child. However, it suddenly made Ning Fan's heart beat wildly. Faintly, he felt an indescribable mysterious feeling. This feeling of heartbeat seemed to be the feeling of the Renhuang Void Realm tribulation that was recorded in the ancient records. Unfortunately, that feeling only lasted for a moment. When he tried to capture it again, he could not find it no matter how hard he tried. After the battle with Yin Mo, even though Ning Fan had gained a lot of understanding about breaking through to the Renhuang Void Realm, he still could not find his own heart tribulation. However, the words he said to Mu Weiliang slightly touched the location of the heart tribulation. What exactly is my heart tribulation? For the first time, Ning Fan thought about this question. If he could find his own heart tribulation, breaking through to the Renhuang Void Realm would not be difficult. That you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.